by the NIA. The Enforcement Directorate's latest action confirms what agencies had feared. This was a foreign-funded ISIS operation camouflaged inside a local auto rickshaw aimed at sending shockwaves across India. All accused, including Sharik, Syed Yasin and Maz Munir, are now in judicial custody, but the probe into the crypto terror pipeline is far from over.
US coming up on the other side. US Army base in Georgia attacked, and more details are up next. And also tracking, Vladimir Putin has held a crucial meeting with the US Special Envoy. All this and much more coming right up.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
देगी मिरज का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिरज।
Sports isn't just about medals and podiums. It is about heartbreak, challenges, and discipline. It is also about leaders choosing sport to empower the community to live longer and healthier. I congratulate my friend Arnab and R4 Sports for championing these untold stories that we all need to hear and learn from. Here's wishing R4 Sports all the best.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर. कहीं तो न्याय हो गया. और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर. खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर. उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ. उसके अंदर सही तरीके से सही जजमेंट, सही एविडेंस और जो चाहिए वो विटनेसेस मिल गए सर आपको.
मुजावर जी, लास्ट टाइम जब आपने बात
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at live this morning, I beg your pardon, at 8:30 a.m. I am Tanisha Avasti. The big news today continues to remain on Donald Trump versus India. The tariff war that he has escalated. Remember not to forget that the United States envoy along with India's NSA Ajit Doval is in Moscow. Both of them are in Russia. Remains to be seen on how this pans out. We're getting you that and a lot more on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Donald Trump signs the executive order imposing 25% additional tariff on India. India's unrelenting stand against Trump's tariff tantrums, MEA calls out move unfair, unjustified and unreasonable. India calls out United States hypocrisy, takes swipe at Trump for silence on China and several other countries during trade with Russia. YouTubers assaulted by mob in Dharamsthala, police lathi charge to control mob. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold key meetings with Russian officials today. Shootout at Georgia Army base in the United States. 5 soldiers shot at, shooter taken into custody. Ladies and gentlemen, in a major diplomatic development, Russian President Vladimir Putin has held a crucial meeting with the United States President Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff. This happened in Moscow. The talks comes just days before a key White House deadline for Russia to halt its Ukraine offensive or face severe economic penalties. Here's more to the story.
Russian President Vladimir Putin held a high-stakes meeting with US President Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff in Moscow. The meeting, which lasted about 3 hours, comes just days before a critical White House deadline for Russia to reach a peace deal with Ukraine or risk facing sweeping economic penalties. While neither side issued an immediate statement on the outcome of the talks, the timing has added urgency to diplomatic efforts amid escalating tensions. Before the meeting, Witkoff was seen talking with Kirill Dmitriev, President Putin's envoy for investment and economic cooperation. Dmitriev has been instrumental in previous direct talks between Russian and Ukrainian delegations in Istanbul, as well as in dialogue with US officials. However, these rounds of negotiation have so far failed to yield any breakthrough in ending the 3-year-old long conflict in Ukraine. This also comes at a time when President Trump has given President Putin a deadline until Friday to halt the offensive or face severe tariffs and further economic sanctions, which may also affect nations continuing to buy Russian oil. Trump has reportedly grown increasingly frustrated with Russia's intensified strikes on Ukrainian civilian areas despite his repeated calls for the restraint in recent months. However, no significant decision is expected from the meeting as both Russia and the US remain sharply divided. Russia is demanding a complete halt to US military aid to Ukraine and a regime change in the region, while US insists on a full withdrawal of Russian troops.
With that, Malaysia's King Sultan Ibrahim Iskandar is in Moscow today, and he held talks with the Russian President Vladimir Putin at Kremlin. The state we learn visit holds a very essential milestone in the bilateral relation for both the nations. Here is what it means for both the nations to hold bilateral talks at a time when Trump is only escalating his tariff war.
Russian President Vladimir Putin held talks with Malaysia's King Sultan Ibrahim Iskandar at the Kremlin on Wednesday. It marked the first ever visit by Malaysian leader to Russia since diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union were established in the year 1967. Putin expressed his gratitude towards Malaysia's King Sultan Ibrahim for promoting Russia's engagement with other nations in the region.
Мы благодарны вам, Ваше Величество, за то, что Малайзия поддерживает не только двусторонние отношения с Россией, но и способствует развитию наших контактов со всеми странами региона. Мы, безусловно, поддержали желание Куала-Лумпур стать государственным партнером БРИКС и считаю, что это знаковое событие, которое пойдет на пользу и нашим двухсторонним отношениям, и развитию самого объединения.
Malaysian King Sultan Ibrahim also thanked the Russian president for the invitation, saying that it was his dream to meet Putin in person.
To meet you here in Moscow. It's always been my dream to meet you in person. I sincerely thank you for the invitation. I have admired your leadership. You have steered Russia through significant and often challenging moments. You have proven yourself as a statesman in time of demanded strength, vision, and resilience.
Adding into Putin's words, Sultan Ibrahim described Russia as a trusted and an important partner for Malaysia.
Malaysia regards Russia as a trusted and important partner. The state visit, therefore, is a reflection of my sincere wish to reinforce our relationship and cooperation. As Russian saying goes, friendship is more valuable than money.
Russia is steadily strengthening its ties with the global south, with Malaysia emerging as a key partner. As a significant consumer market and a strategic partner in Southeast Asia, Russia views this relationship as a gateway to deepen its presence in the Southeast Asian region and as a part of its broader strategy to diversify partnerships across the global south.
A miscreant shot dead 5 soldiers at one country's largest army bases, forcing a brief lockdown at the army base. Soon after, gunman was taken into custody, and while the wider base has reopened, the area where the shooting occurred remains sealed off. An investigation is underway to determine what led to the attack. Here's more to the story.
A shooting incident has rocked Fort Stewart in Georgia, where 5 soldiers were injured after gunfire erupted within the 2nd Armored Brigade combat team area. According to military officials, the shooter opened fire inside the brigade complex, prompting an immediate lockdown of the installation. The situation has triggered a swift response from base law enforcement and emergency personnel.
This morning, shortly before 11 o'clock, an active duty soldier assigned to Fort Stewart, Georgia, shot and wounded 5 of his fellow soldiers here on Fort Stewart. Thankfully, all are in stable condition and all are expected to recover. The alleged shooter is in custody. We have reestablished security. I have lifted all lockdown measures on Fort Stewart, and there is currently no threat to the local community.
All 5 injured soldiers received immediate medical attention on site before being transported to Wynn Army Community Hospital for further treatment. The current conditions have not yet been made public. The suspected shooter was quickly apprehended by security forces, bringing the immediate threat under control. Authorities have confirmed that there is no ongoing threat to the broader Fort Stewart community. While the main cantonment area has since reopened, the 2nd ABCT complex remains under lockdown as a precaution while authorities conduct the investigation. Military, police and federal investigators are now working to determine the motive and circumstances surrounding the shooting. Officials have stated that no further information will be released until the investigation is complete. Responding to the incident, White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt told that the US President Trump has been briefed of the current situation and necessary steps have been taken.
Hundreds of protesters gathered in Japan's western city of Hiroshima on the 80th anniversary of the city's atomic bombing, calling for the abolition of nuclear weapons and an end to the wars. Here's the full story on the 80 years of the Hiroshima attack that happened, and how is Japan waging a new protest in the form of dropping the nuclear weapons. Check this report.
Hundreds of protesters gathered in Japan's western city Hiroshima on the 80th anniversary of the city's atomic bombing. The protesters called for the abolition of nuclear weapons and an end to wars. The protest took place in front of the atomic bomb dome as the memorial service took place by the cenotaph on the other side.
はい、原爆犠牲者を追悼すること、そして核共有を唱える石破が記念式典に来ることに反対すること、記念式典が原爆犠牲者の英霊化のためになることを許さないことっていう訴えをすること、反戦反核を戦ってその戦争突撃と対決する、そのためです。
Protesters defied local authorities' request for them to leave the park. One man was reportedly arrested in Hiroshima Peace Memorial Park on suspicion of assaulting a security guard.
戦争を仕掛けても自分は知らん顔をして、第三者面をして、で、ウクライナに兵器を送って戦争を煽ってます。こんなことが平和だとは絶対に思えないし違います。
The anniversary comes at a time when possession of nuclear weapons for deterrence is increasingly supported by the international community, including Japan. Some survivors said that they were disappointed by US President Donald Trump recently justifying Washington's attack on Iran in June by comparing it to the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki and the mild response from the Japanese government.
私たちがやるべきことは戦争を止めること、日本が協力しないようにすること、世界の人たちと協力して直ちに戦争を止める、イスラエルによる虐殺もやめさせる、そのために一致団結する、それを訴えるためにも86に来て反戦闘争することが絶対必要だと思います。
About 55,000 people, including representatives from a record 120 countries and regions, including Russia and Belarus, attended the ceremony. A minute of silence was held while a peace bell rang out at 8:15 a.m., the time when a US B-29 dropped the bomb on the city.
Let's have a quick check of the other stories that we're tracking internationally. Brazil has formally requested WTO consultations over the new United States tariffs imposed by President Trump, which target many Brazilian exports with 50% duties. A Brazilian official confirmed the move, noting that the dispute may take time and success is uncertain. President Lula has called for reforming the trade body. Egypt's foreign minister is on a visit to Greece. He described the international response to the escalating humanitarian crisis in Gaza as shameful and urged powerful Western nations to increase pressure on Israel. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that he had spoken to United States President Donald Trump after the United States Special Envoy Steve Witkoff had a meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow. He said that European leaders had also participated in the conversation with President Trump, in which they discussed the developments from meeting between Witkoff and Putin. Zelensky said that Russia is now more inclined to agree to a ceasefire. The United States President and the State Department now requires travelers from Zambia and Malawi to pay a refundable $15,000 bond for visa applications, citing efforts to curb overstays. The fee does not guarantee a visa. France's largest wildfire this summer has burned over 13,000 hectares near the Spanish border, killing one person. Over 2,100 firefighters are deployed. Prime Minister of France called it an unprecedented disaster. A former Russian space industry worker has been arrested for allegedly passing satellite secrets to the United States intelligence between 2021 and 2023. He is charged with treason and held in Kaliningrad until September 30th. Trump's border czar Tom Homan welcomed an announcement from the Department of Homeland Security, that is the DHS, that a new detention facility will be built in Indiana, a new partnership with Indiana to expand detention space by 1,000 beds. Karol Nawrocki, a conservative historian and Trump supporter, sworn in as Poland's president. In his first speech, he launched a scathing attack on the ruling administration, vowing to rewrite the constitution to protect Poland's sovereignty. Here's more to the story.
Poland gets a new president and with him, a new political tone. Karol Nawrocki, a conservative historian and vocal Trump ally, took oath in the Polish parliament on Wednesday. In his inaugural speech, Navroki declared himself the voice of nationalist sentiment, vowing to uphold Poland's sovereignty and push back against growing European influence.
Równo w dyskusjach z polskim rządem, w swoich decyzjach i na arenie międzynarodowej w sposób dyplomatyczny będę oczywiście wspierał relacje w ramach Unii Europejskiej, ale nigdy nie zgodzę się na to, aby Unia Europejska zabierała Polsce kompetencje, szczególnie w sprawach, które nie zostały zapisane w traktatach europejskich, a te nie powinny się zmienić. Tak, będę głosem obywateli, którzy chcą suwerenności.
Taking a direct swipe at the current government, Navroki accused the administration of repeatedly violating the constitution. He said the political class had failed the people and called for a complete overhaul over the country's foundational laws.
Wydarzyło się tak wiele sporów kompetencyjnych, w ostatnim czasie tak regularnie łamano polską konstytucję, że my jako klasa polityczna musimy zacząć działać nad rozwiązaniami nowej ustawy zasadniczej, która będzie gotowa do przyjęcia, mam nadzieję i wierzę, w roku 2030.
But Navroki now faces resistance from centrist Prime Minister Donald Tusk, setting the stage for a head-on political clash. Armed with veto powers, the newly elected president could block key legislation and derail government plans. The ceremony marked the start of Navroki's 5-year term, the result of a tightly contested election earlier this year. He edged out Warsaw Mayor Rafal with just 50.89% of vote, a slim margin but a decisive win. Navroki now begins his term as Poland's president following a closely fought election and a sharp inaugural message.
Ghana is reeling from a tragic aviation disaster that has claimed lives of several top government officials. A military helicopter carrying senior leaders, including the nation's defense and environment ministers, crashed in the southern region. Here's more to the story and how the probe is underway into the crash.
Ghana is mourning the loss of key government officials after a tragic military helicopter crash in the southern Ashanti region. Among the 8 killed were Defence Minister Edward Oman Boma and Environment Minister Ibrahim Mutala Muhammad. There were 2 of 5 passengers aboard the ill-fated aircraft alongside 3 crew members. Ghana's armed forces reported earlier in the day that they had lost contact with a Z-9 helicopter en route from the capital Accra to the mining town of Obuasi. Responding to the incident, the Chief of Staff to the President confirmed the fatalities and called the crash a national tragedy. He also announced that national flags would fly at half-mast until further notice. The 3 other passengers killed were identified as Ghana's acting Deputy National Security Coordinator, Vice Chairman to the National Democratic Congress, and a former parliamentary candidate. This marks one of Ghana's worst aviation disasters in over a decade, as the last big incident happened in 2024, when a service helicopter crashed off the coast that killed 3 people. As the nation comes to terms with the devastating loss of some of its top officials, investigations into the cause of the crash are currently underway.
And it's time for us to now have a quick check of the other stories that we are tracking from the world of business. The Reserve Bank of India's monetary policy decided to keep the repo rate steady at 5.5% on Wednesday, following 3 consecutive rate cuts amounting to 100 basis points since February. The decision to maintain the rate was unanimous among committee members. Alongside the unchanged repo rate, the RBI also kept the standing deposit facility and marginal standing facility rates unchanged. The policy stance continues to remain neutral as it was in June, after a brief shift to an accommodative stance in April. President Donald Trump is set to announce that Apple will commit an additional $100 billion to domestic manufacturing. This comes as a part of Apple's broader strategy to increase production within the United States and avoid severe tariffs on its flagship iPhones. The announcement scheduled for Wednesday, August 6 at the White House includes a new program that aimed at expanding Apple's domestic supply chain and increasing the production of critical components in the United States, according to a White House official. Pune-based Bharat Forge announced on Wednesday, August 6 that it has entered into a business transfer agreement, the BTA, with Kalyani Strategic Systems. The transaction is valued at rupees 453.3 crore as per company's filing with the stock exchange. Niti Aayog has unveiled a clear strategic direction to accelerate the electric vehicle adoption in India, setting an ambitious goal of achieving 30% penetration by the year 2030. Currently, the rate stands at 7.6%. Niti Aayog further highlighted the need for faster execution and improved inter-agency coordination to meet the goal in time. The Reserve Bank of India issued updated regulations governing co-lending agreements between banks and non-banking financial companies effective from January 1. Under the new norms, all regulated entities involved must retain at least 10% of each individual loan on their own books. Additionally, the original entity will be permitted to offer a default loss guarantee of up to Rs 5% on total outstanding loans under the agreement. And before we end this bulletin, let's take you through a story that's making headlines here in India. The quiet pilgrimage town of Dharamsthala is at a center of a major criminal investigation following allegations of mass burials, sexual assault and murder. The controversy erupted in June 2025. Since then, a special investigation team has uncovered skeletal remains at the multiple sites, and a second witness has come forward corroborating claims of illegal burials. Here's the story that the nation must know.
In the quiet pilgrimage town of Dharmasthala, a dark secret has loomed for long. Allegations of mass burials, sexual assault, and murders have sparked outrage across Karnataka, prompting a high-level investigation into claims that could uncover one of India's most chilling criminal cases. The allegations first surfaced in June 2025 when a former sanitation worker claimed he was coerced into burying over 100 bodies between 1995 and 2014. Many of the victims, he alleges, were women and minors showing signs of sexual violence. A special investigation team was formed on the 19th of July to probe these allegations. The SIT has excavated 11 of 13 identified burial sites, uncovering partial skeletal remains. And now, in a fresh twist, a second complainant has come forward alleging he witnessed an illegal burial 15 years ago. The case has sparked nationwide outrage, with activists and families demanding justice. The BJP has called for a fair probe, urging the Siddaramaiah government to speed up action. With more exhumations planned and forensic tests underway, the temple town is under intense scrutiny.
And it's time for us to now slip into a short break. Getting you details after the break is how India is hitting back at Trump on him escalating the tariff war. Also coming up after the break, United States hypocrisy has been called out after India takes a swipe at Trump for silence on China and several other countries doing trade with Russia.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला लो, सब बढ़िया लो। इसमें क्या खास बात है? थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is, in fact, the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of...
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया और ये
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो, सब बढ़िया लो। इसमें क्या खास बात है? थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Get ready for a game-changing movement. Republic is proud to present R4 Sports, a national campaign dedicated to discovering, celebrating and nurturing India's sporting spirit and spotlighting the heroes who carry India's hope one match, one moment at a time. Now, from rising athletes to the grassroots talent, R4 Sports brings these stories to the center stage with one mission: sports first, nation first. Now, this is more than just a campaign, it's a call to action. R4 Sports launching tomorrow only on Republic Media Network.
But we've made a lot of progress. And as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia.
Donald Trump signs executive order imposing 25% additional tariff on India.
Please. Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance, buys more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions.
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
Donald Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. India's unrelenting stand against Trump's tariff tantrums. MEA calls move unfair, unjustified and unreasonable. India calls out US hypocrisy, takes swipe at Trump for silence on China and several other countries doing trade with Russia. And YouTubers assaulted by mob in Dharamsala, police lathi charge to control the mob. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold key meetings with senior Russian officials. Racist attack on Indians continue in Ireland. A man was assaulted by a group of 3, whereas another minor girl was brutally attacked by a group of 7. Viewers, US President Donald Trump imposed additional tariff on India by 25%. He issued an executive order imposing additional 25% tariff on goods from India days after he issued a threat to New Delhi over its purchase of oil from Russia. Now, Indian goods will now face tariff up to 50% after Trump's latest move. Now, viewers, Trump has threatened to impose secondary sanctions on India. He says a lot of secondary sanctions will be seen in the upcoming days. And meanwhile, India has hit out on Trump, saying his actions are unjustified, unfair and unreasonable. It is also to note that India has the highest tariff following Brazil.
Please.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance, buys more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
to
see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions.
And viewers, we understand that Donald Trump has imposed additional tariff on India by 25%, which means now imports on goods will be 50%. And he has also issued an executive order imposing this additional 25% tariff on goods from India. And this is coming in days after he issued a threat to India over its purchase of oil from Russia. Now, Donald Trump has nothing to say when it comes to other countries importing from Russia as well. In fact, China also importing several items from Russia. But Indian goods to now face tariff up to 50%. And also, Trump hits India with the highest 50% tariff for buying Russian crude oil. Listen to what he said.
We've made a lot of progress. And as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia. But so I don't know if that had anything to do with it. But we've had very productive talks today. Yes, ma'am.
If you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later. But right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
All right, to take the conversation forward, I've been joined by Mr. Eric Lemkul. He's a senior journalist based in Georgia, United States, and also Mr. Rakesh Tiwari, senior journalist currently in Canada. Let me get started with Mr. Eric. This particular move by Donald Trump, where he has imposed additional 25% tariff on India, how does it impact the relations between India and the United States? Does this mean that the relations between the both has hit its worst at this point?
I think we do have an issue between the United States and India right now. With the additional tariffs, that's going to leave a sour taste in the Prime Minister's, in his mouth about this. During this whole time, we thought everything was going real smooth between the United States and India as far as tariff goes, and then the incident with the Russian oil happened, which caused President Trump to make the decisions that he felt he needed to make. I don't think that the situation is a complete doomsday kind of thing. But I do believe that President Trump and the Prime Minister will sit down and they will come to a conclusion that both parties will be happy with.
Right. Let me now go across to Mr. Rakesh Tiwari. Mr. Tiwari, it's not just the sanction, I beg your pardon, not just the tariff, the 50% tariff now in together, but Donald Trump has in fact threatened of imposing secondary sanctions on India. And he's also said much more is yet to come. How do you see this?
Well, let me say thank you so much for inviting me in this program. Let me say Trump is called even in USA his taco president. Means Trump always chickens out. Means whatever previously he has spoken or he has given the deadlines, he always backed out after that. So I'm here in Canada, and Canada is not buying the Russian oil, let me say this, are not supporting Russia in any way. But Trump has put 35% tariff on Canada. And prior to that, let me say on steels and aluminum, he has put the tariff on. While Canada has been always supportive of US all the time. So we are neighbor of USA as well as biggest trade partner. But see how Trump is invasive in Canadian politics, as well as he wants Canada to be the 51st state of United States. So I will say that Canada and India should work together, and all the democracy should work together, because Trump is acting like he's a dictator of the world. Wherever, and he thinks that he has the trade stick, and which everybody has to bow down. and this is it is happening like US versus all the whole world. So if you have to save the whole world and the USA, one has a very clear choice what to make out of it. But now everybody is asking that there was a time that Trump has always called Modi is my best friend, India is a great country, and this and that. And while he's putting sanctions and tariff on India, while because India is doing the trade deal, buying the oil from Russia. So I have heard India's foreign minister and India's response that while US itself is buying uranium and other things from Russia, while European Union is also buying the energy and oil from Russia, how hypocritic a response will be USA when is signaling out India. So this is not going anybody's throat. Nobody's able to swallow it because it seems like Trump is became like the person who has no control, and everywhere he's talking like sometimes it seems like he's not even president. He always talks in a layman's, not even layman's, I will say that a kind of I will say middle school or primary school.
All right, looks like we've lost that connection with Mr. Tiwari, but I guess we have Mr. Eric still with us. Mr. Eric, I would like to also put forward the same question in front of you, given the fact that when it comes to US importing uranium from Russia and several other countries, including China, doing trade with Russia, Donald Trump rather said or answered the journalist that he doesn't know about it and he has to check regarding those developments. So how do you see about the hypocrisy here coming in from the side of Donald Trump?
Like to have seen a premeditated deal, if you should say, where the United States should have come up with some kind of deal with the oil markets beforehand to prevent these kinds of things from happening, if that was the concern. I'm not in favor of sanctioning India because they're importing oil from one of the closest oil exporters. To me, geographically, it makes sense for India to buy Russian oil. I understand President Trump's ideology when it comes to he wants to try to choke out the Russian economy so they can't afford to fight the Ukraine anymore. However, just like you stated, that there are other minerals and resources that are being purchased off of Russia that do seem contradictory to that kind of game plan. So I don't really agree with the sanctioning on India. I would have liked to have seen, a deal that would have prevented an extra 25% tariff. India should be a valuable trade asset to the United States. This could potentially hurt India's economy, as everybody in the world knows. That the United States of America is the global leader in consuming goods. So for there to be trade and tariff issues between the United States, it is not going to be good for countries trying to sell goods into the United States.
Absolutely, very rightly mentioned there, Mr. Eric, that India is a very important trade asset between both the nations. And also, let's quickly listen in to one of the very important reactions coming in from Donald Trump.
China facing potential secondary sanctions for Russian oil. Then having that tariff or sanction rather or not hinges on what going forward?
It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
All right, let me go across to Mr. Tiwari. I hope he's back with us. All right, I'm being told that the connection still needs to be fixed with Mr. Tiwari, but all All right, looks like we have Mr. Rakesh Tiwari back with us. Mr. Rakesh Tiwari, MEA has also gone ahead and called this move by Mr. Donald Trump as unreasonable, unjustified at this point in time. What would you have to say in terms of your opinion between this particular move? It's indeed an unreasonable factor, given that India is a very important asset when it comes to trade between both the nations.
Absolutely, you are right. But Trump is right, left, and center. He's not caring about the partner or friends. So he has always called India and Mr. Modi as a very good friend. But at the same time, he is lashing out and without any good reason. So India was buying Russian oil prior to that too. And even I'm here in Canada, and how Trump is dealing with Canada, he has put the 35% tariff on Canada. So that is not going well with the Canadian public, as you know, and Canadian public wants Mr. Carney at the Canadian government to take tough action against US. And we are the closest neighbor US can have, and US has it. And we are all shocked because, here Pakistani community also lives in Canada, in Toronto. And everybody is asking, before it was howdy Modi and namaste Trump, all these things were going on. How Trump can betray his friends? And he was always calling Modi is a good friend, India is a great partner and all that. So this is not going well with the public here too. And in my opinion, this is Trump's dictatorial attitude, which is taking on the world. And this is really shocking in that way, because no one, I don't think so, prior to the dictatorship of Hitler and Mussolini, this is the new democratic so-called dictatorship which is coming from Trump's mouth, the way he's dealing with and the way he's talking to any country and trying to take the credit and becoming the noble person of the world and want to have the Nobel Prize for himself. So he's a very self-centric and narcissistic person. And even I'm very sure that US public is also not liking his attitude, the way he's doing it. He has promised the jobs in USA. He promised the prosperity in USA, but it is not happening. Contrary to that, every U.S. household has to pay $2,000 to $2,500 from their pocket.
Absolutely. Those were, of course, very important opinions coming forward. Appreciate you joining us, Mr. Tiwari, and as well as Mr. Eric, for giving your views on this very important topic. We will be discussing more on this through the course of the day. But meanwhile, Sanjay Nutani, senior partner at Economic Loss Practice and vice chair of the ABA's South Asia and India Committee, shared his insight on the far-reaching implications of the US government's decision to impose additional tariffs. Listen in.
Very interesting, as we heard a few minutes ago about this additional 25%. We also have already discussed about the WTO options. Let me just leave some thoughts. I know with every passing day, it's going to be very tough for our Indian negotiators and the government to sort of come to a particular bilateral issue which is amicably settled. Given that we have the best sort of relationships with the US of the recent past, starting right from Mr. Bush, right from Clinton's, right from Mr. Obama and Mr. Biden, and now Mr. Trump, somewhere or the other, given the sort of relationship both in terms of trade, in terms of culture, in terms of our own people, I think we'll need to sort of build on some of those kinds of things. Second, let's not forget India is a power center as far as Asia is concerned, besides other economies. And therefore, you cannot ignore India.
Now, viewers, in a sharp escalation of trade tensions, the United States has announced an additional 25% tariff on the Indian imports that we have been talking about. And the decision, signed off by President Donald Trump via an executive order, is linked to India's continued purchases of Russian oil. Now, India, on the other hand, has dismissed the decision as unjustified, asserting that its energy imports are guided by the market dynamics and aimed at securing the country's energy needs.
In major move, President Donald Trump has signed a new executive order imposing an additional 25% tariff on Indian imports into the United States.
We've made a lot of progress, and as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia. But so I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but we've had very productive talks today. Yes, ma'am.
If you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
The tariff announcement follows Special Envoy Steve Witkoff's visit to Russia. Earlier, President Trump had stated that tariffs would be announced after Witkoff's trip to Moscow. This action comes in response to India's continued purchase of Russian oil, which US deems a violation of its national security interests under ongoing Russia's action in Ukraine. The tariff will take effect 21 days from now on August 27, 2025, impacting all Indian goods entering the US unless already in transit or exempt under existing provisions. The order explicitly targets both direct and indirect imports of Russian oil, including those routed through third countries. It also opens the door for similar penalties on other nations found to be buying Russian oil. However, President Trump has reserved the right to modify the order in response to foreign retaliation, further developments in Ukraine, or changes in India's energy trade behavior. In retaliation, India has denounced the move as unjustified, calling out Washington's double standards for purchasing Russian energy while targeting the others. However, India clarified that India's imports are based on market factors and is aimed to ensure energy security. So far, only an MEA statement has been issued by India, and no official talks have taken place between India and the US.
Shifting our focus, we have some breaking news coming in at this point in time. 2 new incidents of racial attack on Indians have surfaced in Ireland. A 6-year-old Indian origin girl was brutally assaulted and punched by a group of 5. A group of boys punched her, hit her in the private parts with a bicycle and hurled racial abuse, telling her to go back to India. Meanwhile, in another disturbing incident, a man was attacked by 3 men in Dublin while he was heading to work. The assailant stole cash, mobile phones and his bank cards as well. The man has sustained severe injuries to his eyes, head and legs. Remember, viewers, this is not the first incident. In fact, in July, Indians were racially attacked and sustained critical injuries. And more news coming in as far as the attack is concerned on Indians. There have been 2 instances that have taken place at the present, and this is the breaking development we are tracking for our viewers, where racial attack on Indians have surfaced in Ireland, starting from a 6-year-old Indian origin girl. She was brutally assaulted and punched by a group of 5, and the group of boys punched her, and not only that, they hit her private parts with a bicycle. Extremely shocking. They also went ahead and hurled racial abuse and telling her to go back to India. Another incident that came to light on the very same day was a man who was attacked by 3 men in Dublin while he was heading to his work. The assailants stole cash and mobile phones and his bank cards as well. The man, he sustained severe injuries to his eye, head and legs. Viewers, YouTubers assaulted by mob in Dharmsthala. Police lathi charge to control the mob. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold key meetings with senior Russian officials. All news and updates on the other side.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, हार्डकोर मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो, सब बढ़िया लो। इसमें क्या खास बात है। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government.
Hello viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shiva. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. And in the latest, Donald Trump has doubled tariff. That is right, double the tariff on India to 50%. And India has hit back and said this is unacceptable. All this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started.
But we've made a lot of progress. And as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia.
Donald Trump signs executive order imposing 25% additional tariffs on India.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
Donald Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. India's unrelenting stand against Trump's tariff tantrums. MEA calls move unfair and unreasonable. India calls on US hypocrisy, takes swipe at Trump for silence on China and several other countries doing trade with Russia. YouTubers assaulted by a mob in Dharmasthala. Police lathi charge to control mob. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold key meeting with senior Russian officials. Racist attack on Indians continue in Ireland. A man was assaulted by a group of 3, where one more minor girl was brutally attacked by a group of 7. Viewers, breaking news coming in. At least 4 YouTubers were injured who were actively covering the ongoing SIT exhumation process in the Dharmasthala mass burial case. 4 YouTubers were injured in a clash with locals and protesters. Police intervened with lathi charge to prevent incidents from escalating further. YouTubers team, which was reporting on Dharmasthala, was attacked by locals after locals said that the YouTubers were spreading false propaganda about their region. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. 4 men representing 3 YouTube channels, including a camera person, were attacked by a large mob viewers. And we're getting all these back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. So the YouTubers were assaulted in Dharmasthala. Police lathi charge to control the tension. The tension prevails in Dharmasthala as the confrontation has brewed between locals and protesters. And groups from both sides have gathered at the spot, creating a volatile situation. So we're showing these pictures which have come in. Police are making all-out efforts to control the situation and prevent any untoward incident. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Nagendra Babu is joining us. Nagendra, we're trying to show pictures to our viewers as to what exactly happened, but this is an incident where the YouTubers who were covering that story in Dharmasthala, they were attacked. And if you could just take our viewers through exactly what has happened so far and what led to that escalation.
शिवांगी, देखिए कल शाम लगभग 5 बजे था वो टाइम पे कर्नाटक का एक सेलिब्रिटी रजत, बिग बॉस का कंटेस्टेंट रजत बोल के एक बंदा वो सौजन्य का घर के पास आता है. उसको उसका रिएक्शन लेने के लिए एक 3 यूट्यूबर्स उधर जाता है. तभी वो टाइम पे उधर बहुत भीड़ रहता है, मतलब धर्मस्थला लोकलाइट्स उधर रहता है. वो टाइम पे यूट्यूबर्स लोकलाइट्स का बीच में थोड़ा बातचीत चल रहा था. वो बातचीत बहुत बड़ा होके उसको मार पीटना लगा। मतलब यूट्यूबर्स को लोकलेट बहुत मारा है बोल के यूट्यूबर्स अभी एलिगेशन कर रहे हैं। उसके बारे में अभी पुलिस स्टेशन में, धर्मस्थला पुलिस स्टेशन में कंप्लेंट भी हुआ है, वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन भी चालू रखा है। देखिए 3 बंदा लोग, मतलब 3 यूट्यूबर्स लोग अभी धर्मस्थला का आसपास में एक हॉस्पिटल में उसको एडमिट करके वो उधर उन तीनों का भी पुलिस लोग ने जाके उसके पास स्टेटमेंट भी लेके आए। अभी धर्मशाला पुलिस स्टेशन में एक एफआईआर हुआ है, उसमें 4 लोगों का नाम भी आ चुका है। अभी 3 यूट्यूबर्स को मारने की वजह से 4 लोकलेट्स का नाम एफआईआर में आ गया। अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चालू होता है, उसके बाद ये केस में कौन कौन अरेस्ट होता है, ये केस कहा जाता है, वो वेट करना पड़ता है। देखिए एक साइड में एसआईटी लोग 13 पॉइंट करके वो पॉइंट में एस्केवेशन कर रहा है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन चालू रखा है। और एक साइड में एक सौजन्य घर के पास जाने के समय में वो यूट्यूबर 3 यूट्यूबर एक सेलिब्रिटी को लेके जाके उधर रिएक्शन लेने के समय में उधर का लोकलाइट्स और यूट्यूबर का बीच में झगड़ा होके ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था। वो झगड़ा होने के बाद रात पूरा प्रोटेस्ट भी किया था लोकलाइट्स और यूट्यूबर्स का साइड वाला, तो बहुत लोग आ गया था, इधर लोकलाइट्स का भी आ गया था। ये कौन एलिगेशन कर रहा है अभी ये इंसिडेंट हुआ के इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं बोल के ये कौन एलिगेशन कर रहे हैं, वो साइड भी दोनों ने लाठीचार्ज माना पड़ा। लाठीचार्ज होने के बाद लोकलाइट्स का थोड़ा लोकल लीडर आके दोनों साइड का भी एक शांत करने के लिए ट्राई किया। रात लगभग 11 बजे तक बहुत भीड़ था, बहुत प्रोटेस्ट भी चल रहा था। 11 बजे के बाद दोनों साइड का भी बंदा लोग वो लोग वापस चला गया। आज क्या होता है इसके बारे में हम लोग भी वेट करना पड़ता है, लेकिन धर्मशाला पुलिस स्टेशन में एक एफआईआर भी इसके बारे में हो चुका है। शिवांगी।
Okay, hold on, Nagendra, because we're getting some more reactions coming in. I'm coming back to you. Well, let's play out this reaction because Dharmasada SP says that they have filed a written complaint and additional forces have been deployed. Let's go ahead and listen into those reactions we're getting.
Dharmasthala police station limits. There is a complaint that 2 groups have clashed among themselves. The YouTubers, around 3 YouTubers who were there to give their live feedback through their YouTube channels are said to be assaulted by local public, saying that they have defamed the local place, the name of the local place. So in this connection, FIR is being registered. And another case is regarding a press reporter of Suvarna News TV channel, so who has said that the team of Saujanya and its followers have assaulted him. So we are verifying both the complaints based on whatever video and other documents available. We verify and take appropriate legal action.
All right, let's go straight back to my colleague who's joining us. We have it as Nagendra who's joining us live. Nagendra, coming back to you right now, and the police is saying that they will definitely investigate the motive behind this incident. CCTV footage is being looked at, and they have asked everyone to stay calm. Yes, Nagendra.
शिवांगी, देखिए अभी हमने पुलिस कमिश्नर क्या बातचीत हुआ है उसका रिएक्शन हमने देख रहा था। देखिए दोनों साइड का भी एक एलिगेशन तो अभी भी आ रहा है, क्योंकि धर्मस्थला लोकलाइट्स का रिएक्शन देखा तो उन्होंने बोल रहा था ये यूट्यूबर्स आके ये धर्मस्थला के बारे में गलत इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहा था, गंदा बात कर रहा था। इसका वजह से हम लोग को बहुत गुस्सा आके उसको मारा बोल के थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम हो गया बोल के धर्मस्थला का लोकलाइट्स बोल रहा है। लेकिन वो यूट्यूबर्स का फ्रेंड्स लोग बोल रहा है ये रिपोर्ट करने को गया था, ये एसआईटी इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने को गया था, तभी एक गलत हुआ है बोल के वो लोग एलिगेशन कर रहे हैं। देखिए शिवांगी, कल क्या हुआ है, एसआईटी लोग 4 बजे को इधर से निकल चुका था। 4 बजे को उनका एक्सकवेशन खत्म करके मास्क मैन के साथ पूरा टीम वापस बेलतंगड़ी को चला गया था। मतलब ये धर्मस्थला से एक 20 किलोमीटर दूर में है बेलतंगड़ी एसआईटी ऑफिस, उधर लेके गया था। उसके बाद ये यूट्यूबर्स लोग ने इधर एक सौजन्या का घर है, और सौजन्या का घर का पास एक सेलिब्रिटी आता है, उसको रिएक्शन लेने के लिए उधर जाता है, तभी ये झगड़ा हुआ है बोल के हमको मालूम पड़ा। देखिए ये सब लोग इधर का यूट्यूबर्स का फ्रेंड्स लोग बोल रहे हैं ये एसआईटी इन्वेस्टिगेशन का रिपोर्ट करने को गया था, इसके बारे में वो लोग लोकल एड्स ने उसको मारपीट के उसको वापस भेजा है बोल के अभी एलिगेशन कर रहे हैं। अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद ही पता चलता है क्यों ये झगड़ा हुआ है बोल के। शिवांगी।
Yes, thank you for getting those details, Nagendra. I'll be coming back to you for more on the story. Keep reporting for us from the ground. Let's move ahead right now, viewers. Getting some more breaking news coming in. AIADMK General Secretary EPS has slammed DMK government during its statewide campaign in Tamil Nadu, questioning the loan borrowings of Stalin government. He says the DMK has taken loan of rupees 4.38 lakh crore rupees. So remember that EPS has launched a campaign, and he has been criticizing the DMK regime over the corruption and the worsening law and order situation and not fulfilling election promises. And post that, viewers, we see back-to-back coverage coming in here on Republic TV. And EPS has made this latest statement saying that DMK, after coming to power, has taken a huge loan. Let's go and play out that reaction, viewers.
அதேபோல திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஆட்சி பொறுப்பேற்ற பிறகு தம்பி திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஆட்சி பொறுப்பேற்ற பிறகு 4,38,000 கோடி கடன் வாங்கியிருக்கிறாங்க. 4,38,000 கோடி கடன் வாங்கியிருக்கிறாங்க. இந்த கடன்லாம் நம்ம தலையில தாங்க வந்து விடியுது. எல்லாம் வர்றீங்க, கூட்டத்தை பார்க்குறீங்க, போகிறீங்க. சிந்திச்சு பாருங்க. 4,38,000 கோடி கடனை வாங்கி கடன்காரர் ஆக்கிட்டார் நம்மளையெல்லாம். இந்த கடனை எப்படி கட்ட வேணும்? வரி போட்டு தான் கட்ட வேணும். வரி யார் மேல போடணும்? உங்க மேல தான் போட்டோம். இப்படிப்பட்ட ஆட்சி தேவையா? 4 ஆண்டுல 4,38,000 கோடி, 2025-26ல 1 லட்சம் கோடி கடன் வாங்கினது அறிவிச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் 5 ஆண்டு காலம் நிறைவு பெறுகிற பொழுது 5,38,000 கோடி கடன் வாங்கி தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களை கடன்காரனாக்குனது தான் திமுக ஆட்சியுடைய சாதனை. இதை கம்யூனிஸ்ட் கட்சி தலைவர் கேட்க வக்கு இல்ல. நம்மளை பத்தி பேசுறார். ஏப்ப இவ்வளவு கடன் வாங்கி இருக்கிறீங்க, என்ன திட்டத்தை கொண்டாந்தார்? ஏழை மக்களுக்கு திட்டத்தை கொண்டாந்தாரியா? இல்லது பெரிய திட்டத்தை கொண்டு வந்து அதனால மக்கள் நன்மை பெற்றிருக்காங்களா? எதுவுமே இல்ல.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. We have Shraddha joining us live. Yes, Shraddha, you know, this EPS is on a very, very long campaign, and he has been criticizing the DMK government time and again, bringing up different points. What's the latest that EPS has said, and how much longer will EPS's campaign last now?
Well, Shubhangi, this is the second campaign of the AIADMK General Secretary Edappadi K. Palaniaswamy. So, following the southern part of Tamil Nadu, where he went to Tenkasi and then also Thoothukudi and Tirunelveli, now he's moving towards Madurai, the main part of Tamil Nadu. So, tomorrow, like after yesterday in Tenkasi, today he'll be coming towards Sivagasi, Virudhunagar and Rajapalayam near Madurai to make his campaign. And this is the second schedule, and following which the third schedule will happen in the northern part of Tamil Nadu. Edappadi K. Palaniaswamy is running a campaign now called Tamilagate Meetpo, meaning saving Tamil Nadu from the hands of the DMK, and that has been their main motto from the minute they launched the campaign back in July. So now what Edappadi K. Palaniaswamy says with yesterday what happened was that says how the DMK government has taken a loan of 4,38,000 in just 4 years when MK Stalin was in power, and that they've also taken 1 more lakh crore this particular year to make sure that they will, and said that by the time the DMK is going out of power, it will be almost 5,38,000 of the loan, and that it will be paid by the taxes that are being paid by the people to the government. And Edappadi Palaniaswamy claims that the DMK has not done anything with the loan money that they had taken, and there's not been developments, no plans that benefit the people of Tamil Nadu. Shivangi.
EPS is slamming Stalin. We have seen multiple points being raised. We also see that the government and the DMK has taken a jibe at EPS. We have seen those statements also come out simultaneously, Shraddha.
Well, the AIADMK and the DMK both now running on the campaign trails, both DMK focusing on a door-to-door campaign. However, they have not started a full-on political campaign. They have going to door by door, making sure that the DMK has members joining in their party. But now the AIADMK draining out to the masses say how in the last 4 years DMK has failed as the government and is trying to make sure that by 2026 there will be a strong competition put up by both the major parties in the state of Tamil Nadu. With just 8 months left, we can see how both DMK and ADMK are struggling to get into the minds of the people to make sure that they are the best and they can give the best for the people. But we have to wait and watch if both these parties can actually prove that they are better than one.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Shraddha, with all those details. EPS is on a campaign and is slamming the DMK government. All right. In fact, let's go ahead and play out what EPS had to say.
அதேபோல திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஆட்சி பொறுப்பேற்ற பிறகு தம்பி திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஆட்சி பொறுப்பேற்ற பிறகு 4,38,000 கோடி கடன் வாங்கியிருக்கிறாங்க. 4,38,000 கோடி கடன் வாங்கியிருக்கிறாங்க. இந்த கடன்லாம் நம்ம தலையில தாங்க வந்து விடியுது. எல்லாம் வர்றீங்க, கூட்டத்தை பார்க்குறீங்க, போகிறீங்க. சிந்திச்சு பாருங்க. 4,38,000 கோடி கடனை வாங்கி கடன்காரர் ஆக்கிட்டார் நம்மளையெல்லாம். இந்த கடனை எப்படி கட்ட வேணும்? வரி போட்டு தான் கட்ட வேணும். வரி யார் மேலே போடணும்? உங்க மேலே தான் போட்டோம். இப்படிப்பட்ட ஆட்சி தேவையா? 4 ஆண்டுல 4,38,000 கோடி 2025-26 1 லட்சம் கோடி கடன் வாங்கினு அறிவிச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் 5 ஆண்டு காலம் நிறைவு பெறுகிற பொழுது 5,38,000 கோடி கடன் வாங்கி தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களை கடன்காரனாக்குனது தான் திமுக ஆட்சியுடைய சாதனை. இதை கம்யூனிஸ்ட் கட்சி தலைவர் கேட்க வக்கு இல்லை. நம்மளை பத்தி பேசுறார். ஏப்ப இவ்வளவு கடன் வாங்கி இருக்கிறீங்க, என்ன திட்டத்தை கொண்டாந்தார்? ஏழை மக்களுக்கு ஏதாவது திட்டத்தை கொண்டாந்தாரியா? இல்லது பெரிய திட்டத்தை கொண்டு வந்து அதனால் மக்கள் நன்மை பெற்றிருக்காங்களா? எதுவுமே இல்லை.
Viewers, in a major diplomatic development, Russian President Vladimir Putin has now held a crucial meeting with US President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, in Moscow. The talks come just days before a key White House deadline for Russia to halt its Ukraine offensive or face severe economic penalties. Here is more to the story.
Russian President Vladimir Putin held a high-stakes meeting with US President Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff in Moscow. The meeting, which lasted about 3 hours, comes just days before a critical White House deadline for Russia to reach a peace deal with Ukraine or risk facing sweeping economic penalties. While neither side issued an immediate statement on the outcome of the talks, the timing has added urgency to diplomatic efforts amid escalating tensions. Before the meeting, Witkoff was seen talking with Kirill Dmitriev, President Putin's envoy for investment and economic cooperation. Dmitriev has been instrumental in previous direct talks between Russian and Ukrainian delegations in Istanbul, as well as in dialogue with US officials. However, these rounds of negotiation have so far failed to yield any breakthrough in ending the 3-year-old long conflict in Ukraine. This also comes at a time when President Trump has given President Putin a deadline until Friday to halt the offensive or face severe tariffs and further economic sanctions, which may also affect nations continuing to buy Russian oil. Trump has reportedly grown increasingly frustrated with Russia's intensified strikes on Ukrainian civilian areas despite his repeated calls for the restraint in recent months. However, no significant decision is expected from the meeting as both Russia and the US remain sharply divided. Russia is demanding a complete halt to US military aid to Ukraine and a regime change in the region, while US insists on a full withdrawal of Russian troops.
Breaking news coming in. Several weapons recovered from Shatru in Kishtwar. Let's put those pictures out. Okay, they're on your screens. Weapons recovered. You can see the weapons there on your screens. What you see is an AK series rifle along with ammunitions recovered by the forces. And the joint operation was launched by the Indian Army and Kishtwar police, viewers. So once again, we see that in these operations, a weapon has been recovered. Gursimran is going to get us more details and help us understand who, Gursimran, were carrying these weapons. They have been recovered. This is AK series rifle ammunitions recovered by the forces.
See, this is in the Briargyot area of the Chatru in Kishtwar, where a large-scale operation was launched by the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir police. And during the search operation, the forces have recovered a AK series rifle along with some 30 rounds, a binocular and a magazine that have been recovered during the ongoing operation. Now we are told that the operation is still underway. Since this was found abundant, the background checks are being done by the security forces. So they have only shared this information that the recovery has been made, that include AK series rifle along with the magazine, 30 rounds and a binoculars. In this area, there is an active presence of Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists that cannot be ruled out, and there have been multiple instances where the small teams of Indian Army and this Jammu and Kashmir police joint teams, they were fired upon or attacked by the terrorists, though their attacks were repulsed by the security forces. And now as we speak, the searches are underway in the area.
Thank you for giving those details, Gursimran. I'll be coming back to you for more on the story. Let's go ahead to some of the
हीट रेजिस्टेंस और फ्लड एडेप्टिव फसलों पर फोकस करना होगा। फसल चक्र कैसे बदला जाए, किस मिट्टी के लिए क्या उपयुक्त है, उस पर अधिक रिसर्च होनी चाहिए। इसके साथ ही हमें सस्ते सॉइल टेस्टिंग टूल्स और न्यूट्रिएंट मैनेजमेंट के तरीके से उसको भी विकसित करने की आवश्यकता है। साथियों, हमें सोलर पावर्ड माइक्रो इरिगेशन की दिशा में और ज्यादा काम करने की आवश्यकता है। ड्रिप सिस्टम और प्रिसिशन इरिगेशन को हमें ज्यादा व्यापक और असरदार बनाना होगा। क्या हम सैटेलाइट डेटा, एआई और मशीन लर्निंग को जोड़ सकते हैं? क्या हम ऐसा सिस्टम बना सकते हैं जो उपज का पूर्वानुमान दे सके, कीटों की निगरानी कर सके और बुआई के लिए गाइड कर सके? क्या हर जिले में ऐसा रियल टाइम डिसीजन सपोर्ट सिस्टम पहुंचाया जा सकता है? आप सभी एग्रीटेक स्टार्टअप्स को भी निरंतर गाइड करते रहिए। आज बड़ी संख्या में इनोवेटिव युवा खेती की समस्याओं का समाधान निकालने में जुटे हैं। अगर आप जो अनुभवी लोग हैं, अगर लोग उन्हें गाइड करेंगे तो उनके बनाए प्रोडक्ट ज्यादा प्रभावशाली होंगे और यूजर फ्रेंडली होंगे। साथियों, हमारे किसान और हमारे किसान समुदायों के पास पारंपरिक ज्ञान का खजाना है। ट्रेडिशनल इंडियन एग्रीकल्चरल प्रैक्टिसेस और मॉडर्न साइंस को जोड़कर एक होलिस्टिक नॉलेज बेस तैयार किया जा सकता है। क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन भी आज एक नेशनल प्रायोरिटी है। हमें अपने किसानों को बताना होगा कि इसका क्या महत्व है। हमें समझाना होगा कि इससे क्या फायदे होंगे। साथ ही ये भी बताना होगा कि ऐसा न करने पर क्या नुकसान होंगे। और इसके लिए आप बहुत बेहतर तरीके से काम कर सकते हैं। साथियों, पिछले साल जब मैं 11 अगस्त को यहां पूसा कैंपस में आया था तो कहा था कि एग्रीकल्चर टेक्नोलॉजी को लैब से लैंड तक पहुंचाने के लिए प्रयास बढ़ाएं। मुझे खुशी है कि मई जून के महीने में विकसित कृषि संकल्प अभियान चलाया गया। पहली बार देश के 700 से ज्यादा जिलों में वैज्ञानिकों की करीब 2200 टीमों ने भाग लिया। 60,000 से ज्यादा कार्यक्रम किए। इतना ही नहीं, करीब करीब 1.25 करोड़ जागृत किसानों के साथ सीधा संवाद किया। हमारे वैज्ञानिकों का ज्यादा से ज्यादा किसानों तक पहुंचने का ये प्रयास
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार, क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Republic TV and R4 Sports, they are trying to do something big in sports. They are dreaming something big. They are trying to take out all the untold stories from the athletes, from the academies, and from other sports stakeholders. And I guess this should be there in the national stage. The R4 Sports and Republic TV. Good luck.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated the
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehru.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
But we've made a lot of progress. And as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia.
Donald Trump threatens of additional tariffs, 25% on India, goes up to now 50% for tariffs on India.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
Donald Trump, after escalating the tariff war, now threatens of secondary sanctions not just on India, but other nations like China as well. India's unrelenting stand against Trump's tariff tantrums, MEA calls move unfair, unjustified and unreasonable. India calls out United States hypocrisy, takes a swipe at Trump for silence on China and several other countries doing trade with Russia. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval hold key meetings with Russian senior officials. Racist attacks on Indians continue in Ireland. A man was assaulted by a group of 3, whereas another minor girl was brutally attacked by a group of 7. Rupee rises 3 paise to 87.69 against the United States dollar in early trade after the Trump administration increased the tariffs on Indian exports to 50%. YouTubers assaulted by mob in Dharamsthala, probe underway. And we have a big breaking news coming in, starting this edition 10 a.m. with that rupee has now risen to 3 paise to 87.69, and this is against the United States dollar in early trade. A day after Donald Trump-led U.S. administration increased the tariffs on Indian exports to 50%, the rupee opened stronger against the United States dollar in early trade. The rupee rose 3 paise to 87.69 against the US dollar in early trade. United States President Donald Trump yesterday announced an extra 25% tariff on Indian exports as a penalty for the New Delhi continuing to import Russian crude oil. Trump also warned other countries to buy Russian oil of similar measures. And meanwhile, even as we talk about Donald Trump's escalating tariff on India, the message is clear. It is Donald Trump versus India. And while Donald Trump yesterday announced of increase in tariffs on India, which now makes it to up to 50%, when questioned on why are other countries not being imposed on similar tariffs, here's what Donald Trump had to say. Donald Trump has increased double tariffs on India. India has hit back, saying that we will not compromise with our economic interest. Here's what Trump has to say.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
to
see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction. It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China. It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
China facing potential secondary sanctions for
Yeah.
Russian oil. Then having that tariff or sanction rather or not hinges on what going forward?
It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
Donald Trump has escalated his tariff war in India. The other nations are reacting very sharply to it. And just a few minutes ago, we had that statement from the Prime Minister where the Prime Minister has said that we will not let down the farmers. That's the message that the Prime Minister has given in a very clear statement. He says that we are ready to pay personal price for that and the interest of the farmers will never be compromised. India is sending a direct message to Trump saying that the arm twisting that the United States is trying to do, India will not be bullied by that. And this comes just a few hours after Donald Trump has increased tariff on India. Remember, earlier it was 25%, but now with the penalties, he's moved it to a whopping 25% more. So now the tariff is at 50%. India reacting very sharply to that. And remember, Donald Trump's tariff threat is just not on India, but on other nations as well. All right, we have a big breaking news on that note that's coming in. This is Prime Minister's big message to bully Trump, who is now trying to act as the big daddy, where the Prime Minister Modi has made it clear that India is going to protect the national interest, and that is paramount. The interest of the farmers or of the fishermen and of the dairy people remains paramount, and India will not compromise with that. All right, Prime Minister Modi sending a very strong message to the United States there, where he says the interest of our farmers is our top priority. India will never compromise on the interest of farmers, fishermen and dairy farmers. He also says that I know we will have to pay a heavy price for it, and I am ready for it. India is ready for it. That's the Prime Minister's strong message, loud and clear, to the United States President Donald Trump.
उन्हें गर्व होता होगा। आज भारत दूध, दाल और जूट के प्रोडक्शन में नंबर 1 है। आज भारत चावल, गेहूं, कपास, फल और सब्जी के उत्पादन में नंबर 2 पर है। आज भारत दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा फिश प्रोड्यूसर भी है। पिछले साल भारत ने अब तक का सबसे ज्यादा फूड ग्रेन प्रोडक्शन किया है। ऑयल सीड्स में भी हम रिकॉर्ड बना रहे हैं। सोयाबीन, सरसों, मूंगफली सभी का उत्पादन रिकॉर्ड स्तर पर बढ़ा है। साथियों, हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
All right, I'm being joined by guest this morning on Trump escalating his tariff war. Joining me is Daniel Broadman. He's a senior journalist from Canada, and Purnima Nath, Republican Party leader and a geopolitical analyst from the United States. Thank you very much, both of you, for speaking to us this morning. Daniel, first coming to you, the hypocrisy is out in the open, of course. Donald Trump is trying to arm twist India. This is clearly not the reason that Donald Trump is stating that because we are buying oil from Russia and that is why he's increasing the tariff. This is clearly Donald Trump's irritation of us not letting him take the credit for the ceasefire because the hypocrisy is out in the open. Before India, it is the European Union which is importing oil from Russia at a very heavy price. So why sanctions not on them and why such high tariffs on India?
Well, he is sanctioning. Well, he has been threatening Europe with sanctions. And listen, I'm from Canada, which is America's longest, most historic ally. You know, we haven't fought since the War of 1812, and we've had the largest peaceful border and billions of economic trade going between each other all the time. And we're in a tariff war with the United States as well. So Donald Trump's kind of in a tariff war with the entire world. It's sort of his go-to plan for any sort of solution is, can he tariff at it? And so now it's made it to India and the 50% tariffs because I guess India is buying Russian oil. And Donald Trump warned the Europeans about buying Russian oil during his first term. That was the iconic photo where he sort of leaned back with his arms crossed, and Shinzo Abe, the Japanese prime minister, behind him, and and the NATO leaders are coming at him. But that was that's him warning Angela Merkel and the European leaders about their reliance on Russian oil and all this different stuff. So in terms of hypocrisy, yes, there's a lot of hypocrisy from Donald Trump, sure. But in terms of this is the most unprecedented move in the world. Donald Trump is threatening sanctions on a different country. Yeah, India is one of the 193 countries, and one of them is the United States. And I think that's the only country he hasn't threatened to tariff yet. But if he figures out how to threaten tariffs on California, you better believe he's going to threaten tariffs on California if he could possibly do that. So yeah, India is now dealing with tariffs to leverage on stuff, and you could say it's Russian oil, and then maybe he'll say farm laws India used to be a socialist economy and has some protectionist means from its inception in the 90s. Okay, sure, there's some trade things that don't benefit India. There should be free trade, but to increase the tariff barriers, okay, India has some tariffs on other countries. Countries have this. Are tariffs good or bad? And if tariffs are bad and you're mad at the tariffs because they're bad, the solution to tariff problems is not to then have every country tariff every other country in a giant global tariff war. It's more like the Argentinian promise of Javier Milei of liberty, small government, more free trade, reducing the tariffs to get along. But this is Donald Trump's go-to strategy, is just using the absolute hammer, right? Drop the hammer on India. He's now shifted. He's given Vladimir Putin all the chances to end the war in Ukraine. The Russians don't want to end the war in Ukraine because their economy is fully geared towards war. And Trump's now flipped on Russia. So he's going after Russia's assets, and it's easier to go after India than China. So he's starting with India.
Absolutely, Daniel. Very, very, very right on that note. Purnima is also joining us this morning. Purnima, now thank you very much for speaking to us. Clearly, it is an attempt by Donald Trump to arm twist India. He's trying to act as the big daddy, but he's forgetting that he's now receiving global criticism. His hypocrisy is out in the open when questioned on what does he have to say on having deals with Russia related to uranium. He remained completely clueless. He was unaware. This certainly is not going to yield well as far as we talk about the India-United States relationships. Purnima, what do you think about that? How do you think is going to turn out in future with India completely sending a clear message that India is unrelenting as far as Donald Trump's arm twisting is concerned?
Thank you so much for having me. Namaste. First of all, I want you to remember what happened to India in the past. East India Company, whether it's a Dutch East India Company or it's an English East India Company that came with a trading license to India and literally destroyed every single industries that India had at one point of time. And by the time they left Indian soil in 1947, India didn't even have 2% a GDP level in the world. It literally destroyed this particular land to die, and nobody in the West ever thought that India is going to cross and come to a fourth largest economy. Listen, there is no comparison between what United States is with the $30 trillion economy versus a $4 trillion economy. We're not comparing, but the resilience that India has shown is actually threatening for America and any other Western countries, if you will. Now, to come to answer your question as to understand what is happening, you have to understand what Trump is actually, why Trump is doing this. The first Trump 1.0 session, the period, the era that we saw, it was nothing like this. The second 2.0 is completely different from what we saw in 1.1. Unfortunately, though, none of us are the supporters of Donald Trump ever thought that for the first day itself, he's going to actually lash out against the Panama, the Canadian sovereignty or Greenland and give threats against those territory and say that they're going to take over. If you listen to Pete Hegseth's testimony, it is very clear the Pentagon actually had a plan to take over these territory by force. And this is no peace. This is no there is no intention of peace. Now, tariff is used as a bomb, as a nuclear bomb today in order to bring dollar hegemony and also the rule of America worldwide. Before Donald Trump to his seat, he knew de-dollarization was happening, and he knew the BRIC was a threat for America. That's how he campaigned. He said he's going to actually the tariff. He impose tariff 100% on BRIC countries. So this is no. This is not a shock. This shouldn't be shock for India. But at the same time, for Indian, if you look at from an Indian perspective, every time America has put a sanction on India, India actually did well for the country itself. If you remember what happened during Pokhran, if you remember what happened today also, I believe, I'm confident that Narendra Modi isn't going to sell the sovereignty of India.
Yes, and Purnima, as we speak, in fact, we're getting that big breaking news. Prime Minister Modi has already sent out a very strong message, the loudest and the most clear message to Donald Trump this time, where he's clearly said that we will not compromise on the interest of the farmers. This is by far, ladies and gentlemen, the most clear message, direct from the Prime Minister himself, that is sending out to his once upon a time friend Donald Trump, saying that India will go to any extent to protect the interest of our farmers, of our fishermen. Here's that big message that Donald Trump must hear.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
And remember, Donald Trump is receiving a lot of criticism as far as his tariff escalation is concerned. And it's just not in India where Donald Trump has decided to increase his tariff on. It is several other countries. India, remember, is currently at 50% as far as Donald Trump's tariff war is concerned. The other nations also includes Myanmar and Laos. Myanmar, Laos, both at 40% tariff. This is after the revision of the rates that Donald Trump has given. China is at 145%. Brazil is at 50%. And India is at 50% currently. These, remember, tariffs will be applicable by nearly second or third week of August. Canada is at 35%, South Africa at 30%, South Korea at 15%, Vietnam is at 20%, and Indonesia is at 19%. These are the several countries that Donald Trump has escalated his tariffs on. Canada is at 35, like I said. Japan is at 15, and the United Kingdom is only at 10%. So the highest tariffs that you see so far has been on China, that is a whopping 135%, and on India as well, which is now 50% after he increased it from 25, adding an extra penalty of 25%. India now stands at 50%. But the message is loud and clear, ladies and gentlemen, from the Prime Minister that India will not relent. Let's also listen in to what Donald Trump had to reply when he was asked about when will other countries be sanctioned, when are tariff on other countries being imposed, because India is certainly not the country which is exporting oil from Russia at a very heavy price.
We've made a lot of progress. And as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia. But so I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but we've had very productive talks today.
If you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
All right, Daniel and Purnima continues to stay with me on the broadcast. Daniel, from the Canada point of view, Canada has also come under Donald Trump's tariff threat. How is Canada reacting to it? Have they decided on taking this further with Donald Trump? Are any negotiations on cards yet?
No, we cannot get them to return our calls. There's no coherent strategy or plan from Canada. There's sloganeering. We're saying elbows up. This is our thing. We're elbows up, and then it's the elbows up, elbows down, elbows up, elbows down. We're stuck on dairy tariffs. Like, listen, I get Trump's complaint about the Quebec dairy industry and the protectionist, Canadian tariffs. Like, we have supply management and quotas on our agriculture. Okay, it makes trade whatever, but it looks like the negotiations have stalled. There's no real progress between Canada and the U.S. Canada hasn't got much progress on any sort of resource development or breakthroughs dealing with interprovincial trade. I mean, there's some rumblings, but Canada has no general strategy that is coherently explained to the public on the Trump tariffs. Just say that we're like elbows up and we got this, and then hope it all goes away. That's the Canadian plan with most things. Is if we don't address it, but we want it to go away, we will hope the problem solves itself. So it might solve itself. Donald Trump might negotiate on behalf of Canada for himself, or forget Canada exists and then forget about the tariffs. That might be our go-to strategy right now. But in terms of calling allies, getting in, we're shifting closer to the European Union. But again, Canada shares a giant land border with the United States, and all the resources and general entropy and economic forces will bring Canada and the United States together and not apart. So, this is the Trump thing. There's tariffs and there's counter tariffs, and can anyone actually get through to Donald Trump on economic reforms? I don't know, and it's the other thing with India, he's going after the BRICS country and then de-dollarization and all that. I don't think even needed to go against BRICS countries. I don't think any of this is necessary to protect the U.S. dollar. BRICS is no threat to the United States whatsoever. There's no threat to the U.S. dollar. None of this is necessary to save the U.S. dollar. It's under no threat from BRICS. A centralized BRICS currency? Could you imagine a big joke? You tell me India is going to get on the same dollar as China. The Indian government trusts the Chinese. And tell me the Chinese government trusts the Russians to tie the Chinese dollar to the ruble. And tell me India, you might be buying oil from the Russians, but you're not crazy enough to tie your dollar to the Russians and the Chinese. Oh, and then tie it to the Brazilian economy, because that's a functioning, well-run economy. And South Africa. Yes, in South Africa, Brazil, China, and Russia, these are the most trustworthy countries to back your currency, because they don't ever lie about their economic numbers to inflate their currency. There's no real threat to any sort of BRICS dominant. Listen, if you wanted to stop BRICS from going after the U.S. dollar or any of these things, you would force them to make a BRICS currency. You would say, okay, everyone in BRICS, make a BRICS currency, do the BRICS. Call their bluff, do a BRICS. It will fall apart instantly. Day one, it will instantly collapse. But instead, we have a global tariff war. So, yeah, we're going to have a global tariff war until we don't have a global tariff war. And this might be the new thing in the Republican Party, or it might cause a global depression and world war. And then we'll figure out to not do this like we did 115 years ago.
Right. One last question, Daniel, before I let you go. It is clear that just a few days back, Donald Trump called India and Russia dead economies. It clearly amounts to the point that Donald Trump is now somewhere irked, and he is eyeing to put down India's economy, keeping in mind how India is going to become the third largest economy of the world now.
Yeah, I mean, Russia. Listen, I totally get the criticisms of the Russian economy. Right, the John McCain line. It's a gas stop in right beside Asia, and yeah, there's something to it. And like the Russians have not been able to properly develop the economy. Like they just have pure resources, right? And they're losing manpower, and they're geared to war. So when they Russia's going to have serious economic problems. India is not so much, and India is very hard to either attack or defend. Like there's strengths and weaknesses that you're now seeing to India's sort of non-alignment strategy. It makes it susceptible to like if something like Trump happens, where India doesn't really have allies traditionally, right? You could say it's BRICS, but again, India is not an ally of China. China betrayed India and fought a war and invaded in the 60s. India still hasn't forgotten that. They're not going to get international alliance, right? India might buy oil from Russia and appreciate what they did in the 71 Bangladesh war, but India's not sending troops into Ukraine to fight Western forces or any of that. So you have this system where India isn't really anyone's enemy. It can leverage and it has its own independence, but because it doesn't have any actual hard allies, right? Like you mess with India, that means you mess with just India, right?
Right.
So in a sense, it makes it an easier target to go after because you just deal with it. But it also makes India harder to just go after individually because it is in some way self-contained, self-isolated, and it doesn't have any enemies either, right? It's able to deal with anyone. India can deal bilaterally and figure its way out of this. Yeah, you're right. Like India is not an easy target, and I think if they expand, there's a reasonable off ramp. India doesn't want to fight with America. Like America's still the number one country, and
Yes.
we can find an off ramp. But yeah, I mean, listen, Trump's going to be going hard at Russia. Probably India might have to be forced to sort of cut ties or make some sort of hey, Vladimir,
Absolutely.
India might have to publicly try and get to the table. But yeah.
Yes. Daniel, thank you very much for sharing those insights. It remains to be seen on what big move is India going to perform next. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us now to slip into a short break. But after the break, we're getting into the details of how Donald Trump has given out a new tweet after Prime Minister Modi's strong statement that India is unrelenting and that we will not be bullied. Getting all the details after a quick break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। मसाला
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Pujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर। उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर, सही तरीके से सही जजमेंट, सही एविडेंस और जो चाहिए वो विटनेसेस मिल गए सर आपको।
मुजावर जी, लास्ट टाइम जब आपने बात की थी हमारे साथ, आपने एटीएस के बारे में बात की थी। आपने बोला एटीएस ने एविडेंस को फिक्स किया था। इस पूरा केस एक खोखला केस है। आपने ये भी बोला था कि ये जो विटनेसेस थे उनको मारा गया था।
Hello viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. And as you can clearly see viewers, the big story is that Donald Trump has doubled tariff on India. That is right. And India has called it absolutely unreasonable. That is the top story we're tracking right now, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा।
Amid tariff war, PM Modi sent a clear message to the US, says will not compromise with the national interest.
But we've made a lot of progress. And as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India. On oil, they're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia.
Donald Trump signs executive order imposes 25% additional tariff on India.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
Donald Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. India calls out her US hypocrisy, takes swipe at Trump for silence on China and several other countries doing trade with Russia. Rupee rises 3 paise to 87.69 against US dollar in early trade after Trump administration increased the tariffs on Indian exports to 50%. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold key meetings with senior Russian officials. Racist attacks on Indians continue in Ireland. A man was assaulted by a group of 3, whereas another minor girl was brutally attacked by a group of 7. And viewers, getting some big updates coming in right now on Republic TV, where we see that Donald Trump has once again gone ahead and made a statement. And he says on the social media platform Truth Social, he says, and I quote here, "It is midnight. Billions of dollars in tariffs are now flowing into the United States of America." A statement comes after India has sent a clear message that it will not compromise with its national and economic interests. Back-to-back updates coming in here, Republic TV. Trump's big statement amid tariff war. And this is coming in as, remember, that India has really, called these tariffs absolutely unreasonable. Absolutely unreasonable, viewers. Because Donald Trump has hit India with the highest 50% tariff for Russia crude oil buys. After this, Trump has made a new statement. It's midnight. Billions of dollars in tariffs are now flowing into the US. And The statement comes after India has sent a clear message that it will not compromise with its national and economic interest. US President Trump's 25% additional tariffs on India for its crude oil trade with Russia have now come in, and Donald Trump has put out that statement because remember that Trump on Wednesday signed an executive order imposing an additional 25% tariffs on Indian exports to the US, citing India's ongoing Russian oil purchases. And simultaneously, though, he has not imposed any additional tariff on China, which is the highest purchaser of Russia's crude oil. All right, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV. And we also see that Prime Minister Modi has gone ahead and has made a very, very strong statement. India sends a very loud and clear message. Prime Minister Modi says will go to any extent, and he says, I know we will have to pay a very heavy price. This is coming in as India has made it very clear that we will not be compromising our national interest at any cost. These are some back-to-back updates coming in. We also have the statement. Let's go ahead and play it out.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है। हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
All right, let's go straight across to our guest who's joining us right now. We have with us Mr. Daniel Boardman, senior journalist from Canada. And also we have with us Purnima Nath, Republican Party leader, geopolitical analyst from Wisconsin, from the United States. Thank you for joining us here, both our guests. I just want to go to Ms. Nath first. Yes, you are also a Republican Party leader. And, you know, what Trump has said now that a lot of money is pouring into the United States after he has imposed multiple tariffs on multiple countries. But India has made it very clear that we will continue to protect our interests. However, Trump is not putting tariffs on other nations who are trading with Russia. So why this hypocrisy?
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate that. First of all, I want to tell you about the claim that President Trump has said recently about that $150 billion came because of the tariff. Several companies, I've seen an article came out that from Politico, several companies actually are looking to challenge Donald Trump about using emergency law to impose Tariff like this in order to claim his victory. Now, Tariff is being used as a bomb threat in order to establish United States supremacy on other countries. If you look at from a perspective of smaller economies, smaller countries, they are going to be decimated because of this situation, because their industries are dependent on export. Now, America is an import-driven country. China is an export-driven country, and today we don't have all the industries that China already has. Now, from when you look at it from a perspective of protectionist standpoint, today we don't even have the industries that he wants to protect. You have to build them. That will take time. And we have labor laws over here. You can't actually pay anybody less than $20 today. Even for a housework, you cannot pay anybody less than $15 per hour. So can you imagine the amount of issues that normal people like us have to go through over here, from grocery, gas, our energy prices that we have to pay? It's the amount of the gap that we're going to see with the rich and the poor is going to widen, because of the fact that people like Donald Trump isn't going to feel the heat of the milk or the eggs or the meat that regular people eat. He shows off as if he likes McDonald's, but that's not who he is. He's a billionaire. But since the time he actually took this office, his net worth doubled, and we are also seeing new deals that he's actually signing on crypto and etc., which is with Pakistan. It's quite shady at this point of time. Now, coming back to the point that I was earlier making, East India Company once destroyed India. Now, this is, to me, this looks like a West India Company that is coming after India to destroy and decimate her to the ground. Now, this is a fourth largest economy. It has the highest level of potential to become the third largest economy. The India.
All right, getting us some a bit. Big breaking is coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, and shortly top court to deliver verdict on Justice Verma's plea. So that is going to be one of the top updates that we will be looking out for shortly today. So that is expected very, very soon, viewers. Very, very soon. Remember that Supreme Court was hearing Justice Verma's petition pleas, and in the big update, Supreme Court dismisses Justice Verma's plea. Big update coming in. Supreme Court has gone ahead and dismissed Justice Yashwant Verma's plea, viewers. Remember that the Supreme Court was reserving its ruling on Justice Yashwant Verma's plea against the in-house committee report. But according to the big update we're getting for you right now, Supreme Court has dismissed Justice Yashwant Verma's plea. Remember that the judgment was reserved earlier, challenging of Justice Verma's petition, challenging the validity of the in-house inquiry process that confirmed allegations of unaccounted cash being recovered from his official residence in New Delhi. And remember that during this time, I repeat, during this time, Supreme Court had reserved this order on the petition which was filed by the advocates there. But according to the update that we have got for our viewers, we can tell you the Supreme Court has dismissed Justice Yashwant Verma's plea, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. And as we keep getting you more updates, let's also tell you exactly what is happening in terms of Justice Yashwant Verma. He had been approaching the apex court, but the Supreme Court has earlier said that your conduct does not inspire confidence at all. And that's why they had reserved the decision earlier, because Justice Yashwant Verma had put a challenge to an in-house inquiry panel's report that found him culpable in the cash discovery matter. Back-to-back updates coming in. Earlier we saw that the court had questioned Justice Verma's decision to participate in the in-house inquiry committee proceedings without contesting its validity at the stage, and said your conduct does not inspire confidence, and why do you appear before the committee? So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV. And we have seen that Justice Verma has been challenging the recommendations from the Chief Justice of India, who had requested Parliament to begin impeachment proceedings. I want to go straight across to my colleague Niranjan joining us. Niranjan, this is a huge setback coming in for Justice Yashwant Verma. If you could just take our viewers through what happened.
One of the biggest challenges to the judiciary in recent times, and Ridham Anand Bharadwaj will also be joining us live, our Executive Editor, Legal Affairs, in a short while from now. But this is a big setback to Justice Verma. In the last few weeks, we've seen so many political developments around Justice Verma. Justice Verma, the controversial judge at the basement of whose house burnt cash was found, and he had moved the court, he had challenged the investigation and the findings, and the breaking news now coming in that the in-house inquiry was not a parallel investigation is what the Supreme Court has ruled, while saying that Yashwant Verma's, that is Justice Yashwant Verma's petition has been dismissed. The petition is not maintainable is the verdict of the Supreme Court. The Chief Justice of India as well as the committee has followed the provisions except one, but the petitioner did not question it, is what the Supreme Court has said. This comes as a big setback to Justice Verma. And recently you saw the political developments around the Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar as well, but I won't get into that right now. This is a big setback for Justice Yashwant Verma, who has tried to block the investigation, and now it's come as a huge jolt to him. The Supreme Court was essentially deciding on the validity of the in-house procedure that was initiated against Justice Yashwant Verma on the cash scandal. On the in-house procedure, the verdict of the court is that the in-house inquiry was not a parallel investigation. So this is a very, very big moment, because Justice Verma tried to, get some legal heavyweights from the opposition behind him in fighting this case in the court. I'll go across to Ridham Anand Bharadwaj. I think Aditya is also live with us. Aditya, are you there? If you can take us through what has happened in court and summarize what the court has said. The hearing is still ongoing. If you can tell us what the Supreme Court felt about the in-house procedure.
Well, there are two major observations coming from the Supreme Court. The first, that the writ petition which was filed before the Supreme Court was not maintainable. And second, whether the committee was unconstitutional in itself. The Supreme Court has said the in-house committee, which was constituted by the then CJI, Sanjeev Khanna, was constitutional. And third, whether the letter sent to the President or the Prime Minister for the impeachment, was it under the ambit of law or not, on which the Supreme Court has clarified clearly that that part was constitutional and under the provisions of the law as per the mandate given to the CJI under the judgments which were in the 1990s about what to do, what to proceed when these kind of situations comes up.
I'm going across to Ridham Anand Bharadwaj, also joining us live. Ridham is going to join us now. The breaking news update, if you're joining us on this broadcast, Supreme Court has dismissed the controversial Judge Justice Yashwant Verma's petition challenging the CJI's recommendation for his removal. He had tried to fight that in court to call the in-house procedure as unconstitutional. Supreme Court has dismissed his petition while claiming that it's not maintainable. Supreme Court has dismissed this morning the writ petition which was filed by the Allahabad High Court Judge Justice Yashwant Verma, who had challenged the in-house inquiry report. And this was the cash scandal where cash wads were found burning in the basement of his residence. Till date, we don't have an estimate of how much of cash was in there. But what we know is that cash was found and cash was burning at the basement of his residence. And the in-house inquiry report, which was appointed by the Supreme Court, had indicted Justice Yashwant Verma in the cash at home scandal. And even the CJI, Sanjeev Khanna's recommendation was made to the President and the Prime Minister for Justice Verma's removal. My colleague Ridham Anand Bharadwaj, who's tracked this case the closest, joining us live. Ridham, over to you. It's a big moment.
All right, yes. So let's tell our viewers what's really happened. Justice Dipankar Datta has started by saying, we have said any observations that are made by us may prejudice the petitioner in future proceedings, and therefore they are not making any observations that could prejudice any rights of Justice Verma. They've said, we framed 6 questions. Number 1, should the writ petition filed by Justice Verma be entertained at all with regard to his conduct? We've held this should not be entertained regarding his conduct. It's a very serious judgment and a verdict pronounced where they say that no, regarding the conduct of Justice Verma, we are not going to entertain this petition. What does this mean? Let me break it down. It means the in-house committee report had questioned the conduct of Justice Verma when the unaccounted cash had been found in the storeroom and how he had behaved. The court is now saying that his conduct, whatever had been stated by Justice Verma, has not been cleared by them. They are not giving any observations, but the fact that they are not giving observations, they are silent. But in one line, they say we shall not be saying anything about his conduct is crystal clear. This is a big indictment coming for Justice Verma. The second line they've said is we have gone on the legal procedure. Should the procedure be a parallel and mechanism, we have held it has legal sanction. It is not a parallel mechanism. This is yet again a big blow to Justice Verma because he had said the in-house committee report should not have functioned the way it did. It had castigated him without going and giving him any rule and any right to legally be heard. The court has said that this was not a parallel mechanism. They've also said that we've held it does not violate the fundamental rights of the petitioner, which is Justice Verma. We've held Chief Justice of India and the in-house committee had scrupulously followed the process except uploading photos and videos and have said it was not required, but nothing turned on it because you did not challenge it then. So the big breaking news that's also coming in, the Supreme Court says that the process that had been followed by the Chief Justice of India and the in-house committee was correct and it was not violating the fundamental rights of the petitioner. Justice Datta of the Supreme Court also says we've said that sending the letter to the PM and the President by the Chief Justice of India of that time, Justice Khanna, was not constitutional. This had been challenged by Justice Verma because this letter that had been sent to the Prime Minister and the President had asked for the removal of Justice Verma in case he did not resign. They've said we do not think this letter by the former Chief Justice of India was unconstitutional. They say we've made certain observations where we've kept it open for Justice Verma to raise proceedings if needed in the future. With this, they have dismissed the petition. This is the big breaking news. Very, very simple words being used, seeing the alacrity, seeing the controversy in this case, but very clearly this petition being dismissed in a very simple, forthright manner by the top court of the country. Finally, the law of the land has spoken. The in-house committee report that Republic TV had put out is absolutely correct. The in-house committee report that had given and stated there was unaccounted cash found in the storeroom and had raised questions on and stated it is not for them to decide, but it's clear that it could have possibly belonged only to Justice Verma. They've said we're not going to go ahead and speak on that. They've also said that the letter that was given by former Chief Justice of India was absolutely correct. They've gone on to say that they dismissed the petition with regards to the conduct. There is no wrong conduct here. They've said there was no parallel legal mechanism that was at work here. They've also said there were no fundamental rights. I want to go across to Vikrant Pandey of the Allahabad High Court Bar Association. Vikrant Pandey, this is another victory. The Allahabad High Court Bar Association were the first people to raise the bugle on Justice Verma. When he was being sent there, the first orders that came for his transfer, the Allahabad High Court was the first to say that we are not a dustbin. Today, when the Supreme Court reaffirms that the complete process that was followed, the in-house committee, the removal of Justice Verma was correct and fundamentally no rights of Justice Verma were violated. What is the thing that you are feeling?
We were not only first, we were only the persons of the India who were raising these bills against Justice Verma, and we were the only person who were saying that a proper inquiry should be done in this matter, and when it was done, the truth revealed before the country, and we were always raising our voice that a proper inquiry and investigation should be done in this case, and this has been done now, and everything is clear. Everything is crystal clear before all our eyes.
All right, I want to just, Vikrant Yadav, just go across for 1 minute. Karnataka High Court Bar Association's Mr. Reddy is also now joining us on the phone line. Mr. Reddy, this is also a breaking news. Vivek Reddy, sir. This is also going to be seen as a victory for the right and the truth that you stood up for. all of you as a team came to the capital. You met the Supreme Court. You asked for justice in this case. It was the first time in an unprecedented move we saw High Court bar associations, all of them come together to try and get some relief, to try and get to work for the wheels of motion, to work for justice.
Absolutely. I think the unity which all the presidents expressed from the various parts of the country to get justice in this case and to ensure that the black sheep in the judiciary is weeded out. This was our effort. And Justice Sanjay Khanna, the Chief Justice of India, then assured us that the inquiry would be honest and transparent, and they have delivered on that. Now is another testing time where Justice Verma has moved the Supreme Court. I'm sure that the Supreme Court will take a decision to dismiss his petition. It should not be entertained. If it is entertained, then there is no end to this sort of a situation. And we also hope that Justice Verma is impeached and justice is brought to such black sheep in the judiciary. This is our ultimate effort because we didn't want it to stop at this. Our effort is that such persons must be removed and weeded out, and a mechanism must be framed in future so that these things don't repeat themselves.
I completely agree. Viewers, we slip into a quick break. I thank you for being with us as well as Mr. Vikrant. But before that, I'm also going to go across to Mr. Anil Tiwari of the Allahabad High Court Bar Association, who's also joining us. Mr. Tiwari, you were the loudest voice that spoke in this case. It was you who started this campaign. Across India, people started joining you. Bar Association started joining you. Today, the Supreme Court also says that the process that was followed was constitutional. They are not going to say that the fundamental rights of Justice Verma were violated. They say everything was done according to procedure.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Tiwari, a big win even for you today as the Supreme Court dismisses Justice Verma's plea.
After hearing this judgment, I can say that it is a step towards victory of the public at large. But still, I'm shocked to understand why there is no direction to lodge FIR against Mr. Yashwant Verma. Still, I'm waiting for the thing because public is denied this justice. And impeachment proceeding, I wish and I request all the political parties through your channel that they should unite and this man should be impeached as early as possible.
Mr. Tiwari, impeachment proceedings, yes. What more do you think could possibly happen in this case? Do you think it's a fit case for an FIR to be filed in the case?
That is the precise point. You see, Mr. Matthew has filed a petition before the Supreme Court seeking direction that FIR should be lodged. That petition was already dismissed. You understand, you know this fact. Now, this was the occasion before the Supreme Court to say that this procedure was absolutely constitutional and this man should not be given any protection so far criminal prosecution is concerned. Because protection is given only for the removal. So this was an opportunity.
Mr. Tiwari, you're absolutely right, and we're going to see if that actually comes forward. Thank you for being with us. Viewers, it's a top focus. We'll continue tracking through today. Coming up after a short break, we get you more details. But today, victory for people as the top court dismisses the plea filed by Justice Verma, where he said that the in-house committee was unconstitutional in its procedure, and so was the recommendation made by the former Chief Justice of India, Justice Khanna.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार, क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, get ready for a game-changing movement. Republic is proud to present R4 Sports, a national campaign dedicated to discovering, celebrating and nurturing India's sporting spirit and spotlighting the heroes who carry India's hopes one match, one moment at a time. From rising athletes to grassroots talent, R4 Sports brings their stories to center stage with one mission: sports first, nation first. This is more than a campaign, it's a call to action. R4 Sports launching tomorrow only on Republic Media Network. R4 Sports is going to be with you very soon. Big setback for Justice Yashwant Verma. Supreme Court dismisses his plea, calls it non-maintainable.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा।
PM Modi sends a loud and clear message to Trump on tariff and says India will never compromise. India says they will never compromise on farmers' interests.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional
It's
sanctions?
only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
to
see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
Donald Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold key meetings with senior Russian officials. Rupee rises 3 paise to 87.69 against US dollar in early trade after the Trump administration increased the tariffs on Indian exports to 50%. Getting some big updates coming in. Supreme Court has pronounced the verdict on Justice Verma's plea challenging the in-house inquiry report, viewers, and the Supreme Court has dismissed a writ petition filed by Allahabad High Court judge challenging the in-house inquiry report, which indicted him in the case at home scandal, at the cash at home scandal, viewers, as well as of the then Chief Justice of India Sanjeev Khanna's recommendations made to the President and Prime Minister of Justice Verma's removal. So huge update coming in right now on Republic TV. Supreme Court has gone ahead and knocked back Justice Verma's challenge of an in-house committee that recommended his impeachment over burnt piles of money found at his Delhi home in March. I really want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. We have our executive editor, legal, joining us. Ridham, you know, this is huge coming in, a big setback for Justice Verma. Not just that, you know, when we broke that story, we also spoke about the accountability and integrity that the justice system should carry. And now we see it's a huge setback coming in for Justice Verma.
You know, when we broke the story, the biggest thing we were asking for was accountability. Today, the judgment comes talking about the impropriety and the accountability that Justice Verma should have given. This is something he himself should have realized. This should have been there even before the in-house committee. Justice Verma knew if there is unaccounted cash in the storeroom, he should have taken some advice earlier on. But if it's there and unaccounted cash at that, then of course there needs to be an inquiry. There is going to be an impeachment proceeding. We've already seen begun in the parliament. Today, the Supreme Court dismisses that petition that was very valiantly fought by senior advocates for him, whether it's Kapil Sibal, Mr. Mukul Rohatgi, Mr. Siddharth Luthra. He was defended by the best. But I think this is a case in which he's going to try and look at other remedies now, like the Supreme Court said. Pronouncing the judgment, the Supreme Court held at the outset the writ petition cannot be entertained in view of the conduct of Justice Verma in participating in the in-house committee and later questioning the competence of the in-house committee. Justice Verma was very much a part of the in-house committee. He gave answers when those three judges who were part of that in-house committee had asked those questions. Even though the writ petition was found to be non-maintainable, they've also chosen to decide 5 other issues having regard to the constitutional issues raised. They said, does the inquiry have legal sanction? They've said, yes, it does. Is the inquiry and consequent report in terms of procedure a parallel extra-constitutional mechanism? They've said the procedure has legal sanction. It's not a parallel extra-constitutional mechanism. On the question, does paragraph 5B of the in-house procedure fall foul of articles of the Constitution and abrogates fundamental right? They say no. The fundamental rights of the judge of the High Court are not violated. Did the Chief Justice of the committee constituted by the Chief Justice in terms of procedure have a deviation? They've said that the Chief Justice of India then, that is Justice Khanna, and the committee constituted scrupulously followed the procedure, except maybe the uploading of the video footage and the photographs. However, they followed the procedure. That's most important. They've said it was not required to upload the photos, but there is no relief claimed in the writ petition as far as that's concerned. Then they've said that is the requirement of para 7, subsection 2 of the procedure requiring the Chief Justice to forward the reports to the President unconstitutional? They say it's not unconstitutional. They are talking about former Chief Justice of India, Justice Khanna, having given a letter to the President and the Prime Minister where he said that either Justice Verma resigns or there should be a removal of Justice Verma. And that letter the Supreme Court has upheld and said it was not unconstitutional. They also addressed the submission that the opportunity of hearing was not given to the judge before forwarding this report. The bench held during this was not the requirement of the procedure. Just because in another instance such a right was given to another judge does not mean that petitioner can claim it as a matter of right. This was something that had very valiantly been stated by the judge in the court. I would not say valiantly, I take that word back. This was something very aggressively or assertively that had been stated by the judge. Valiance has a little bit of bravery in it, and this was more of a last-ditch effort that had been made by Justice Verma. The bench also reserved the right to raise his contentions in any impeachment proceedings if it's initiated against him. They also dismissed the writ petition of the advocate Nedum Para seeking an FIR against Justice Verma on the ground of abuse of process of the court and the making of incorrect submission on oath by the petitioner. So that's another ground. But the crux of Kapil Sibbal's arguments and Mukul Rohatgi's arguments was that a judge could only be removed under if there was proved misbehavior. The in-house procedure, they said, which allows the Chief Justice to write to the President is unconstitutional, they said. But on all these issues, the court has held it was not unconstitutional. The committee submitted its report to Chief Justice in May, which the Chief Justice of India forwarded to the President for further action, after which Justice Verma refused to heed the Chief Justice of India's advice to resign. Now, coming back to the main point, what Anil Tiwari of the Allahabad High Court Bar Association said, what Republic TV is the only channel who's been picking it up and saying from the longest time, why is there still no FIR against Justice Verma? We're seeing an impeachment proceeding, but like our editor-in-chief has been asking, is that really enough? If there is unaccounted cash found in his storeroom, the in-house committee report that comes out has a suspicion that his close aides, that is Khirki, that's his close aide, had something to do with trying to hide it. His daughter called and also then later said, no, there is no fire. If all these suspicious circumstances were there, they said that no one anyone could go to the storeroom, but the in-house committee found only the people in the premises were allowed to go to the storeroom. Then what really is what really should be done? Okay, I want to go across to Advocate Yashwant from the Kerala High Court, the president of the Kerala High Court Bar Association. Mr. Yashwant, how are you looking at the Supreme Court dismissing the petition filed by Justice Yashwant Verma?
There are no surprises there because at least if this is not done, what else could have been done? Because there is no FIR. A person who is charged with having unaccounted cash has to face some consequences in law. Just because he's a High Court judge doesn't mean that there are no consequences for any act done. And therefore, at least if this cannot happen, there is nothing else that would have happened. Therefore, I have no surprises in what the Supreme Court did. And what I would say is this is not enough.
I completely agree this is not enough, Mr. Yashwant from the Kerala High Court. But what is the procedure forward? What more can be done?
No, that is exactly there. Why are we not filing an FIR?
Yes.
And there are three matters that came to the Supreme Court on, requesting registration of an FIR. It has not happened. So that has to happen. How is a judge different from any other person? An FIR can be filed against the Prime Minister of the country. We can file FIR against anybody. But why is it in the Constitution gives immunity to only the President and the governors, but nobody else? So where is this law that has emanated? It has emanated from the precedence of the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has to reconsider it and ensure that criminal charges can be filed against judges.
Absolutely. And I also want to ask you, as someone who's a part of the Bar Association, all of them had come here. They had been promised by Justice Khanna that there would be proper understanding of what they said. He had also promised them that the right procedure would be followed. I think Justice Khanna did live up to that. First, it was this procedure followed because everything was put forward before the media. after which now they had stated that Justice Verma's petition would be dismissed. He also sent a letter asking and seeking his removal. But the biggest question now, what stops an FIR, Mr. Yashwant, from being there? What is the procedure that can be followed against a High Court judge?
No, the procedure is exactly what the in-house procedure is, and thereafter it is for the Chief Justice to give permission to register an FIR. So I do not know why that part of the work has not happened. Why has the Chief Justice not given the permission to register an FIR so that investigation can happen? Because let me put it this way. Forget about Justice Verma for a minute. And this is, if at all, whatever the allegations are, if it is true, there is involvement of others. So if there is no investigation happening, all these people who are involved in this criminal activity will have no consequences in law just because there is involvement of a judge. So that is absolutely against the law of the land. Now imagine this money is has come from a terrorist or it has come from a narcotics deal. How just because it is found in a judge's house, if you don't investigate, how many other people will go scot-free? It is a very serious issue. Very serious issue.
These are very serious issues. And, we remember the details of the in-house committee report because the details said there were 55 witnesses who had been examined and all of them had given out details, including Justice Verma and his daughter. And the electronic evidence was there in the form of videos and photographs taken by the members of the fire brigade. And that is when the cash that was found in the official premises of Justice Verma was said to be unaccounted. It is only when it was found, Mr. Yashwant, in the storeroom within the covert active control of Justice Verma and his family members, the committee held the burden was upon him to explain the presence of cash. He came before the Supreme Court and said the in-house committee was not correct. The recommendation for his removal was not correct by Justice Khanna, the then Chief Justice of India. But has he really tried to explain the unaccounted cash?
Just imagine this cash was found in the premises of an MP or a minister. What would have been the procedure?
Yes, that's right. What if this had been found against anyone but a judge? There are certain rules that had to be followed, a protocol that had to be followed that was not done here. The judge could not discharge his burden by offering a plausible explanation except giving a flat denial or a bold plea of conspiracy. Therefore, the committee found sufficient grounds, Mr. Yashwant, to propose action against him.
No, see, I will point out the dangers in what is happening now. It is not just for the law of the land, but also look it from the angle of Justice Verma as well. If he has to answer any allegations against him, there has to be something that has worked. If there is let us say, an FIR registered, he could approach the court, to get the charges against him quashed. But the fact here is, when his name was being taken in and out in the media and everything, he did not do anything when the in-house inquiry was going on. And that is why the Supreme Court asked him, you went along with the in-house inquiry all that time without raising any issues, and suddenly you have raised the issue. So how do you answer that silence? Because here, everybody has seemed to have taken advantage of the non-registration of an FIR. And even if we are looking at this from the angle of Justice Verma also, you need this FIR to be registered. Let him follow the procedure in law. Now, please tell me, if it was an MLA or an MP or a minister or a businessman, by now, Enforcement Directorate would have have been all over the places. So this is absolutely unjustified. But at least...
All right, Mr. Yashwant, I'm going to let it go at that. We're just going to breaking news coming in, but this is the top focus we'll continue tracking. Thank you for joining us.
All right, getting you some back updates coming in here, Republic viewers, where we see that amid Donald Trump's tariff threat, we are coming to know more updates coming in right now on Republic TV. And remember that PM Modi has made very strong statements. PM Modi has made it clear that India will prioritize its farmers' interests above all else, even in the face of economic repercussions. Amid rising tensions with the US, PM Modi stated that for us, interest of our farmers is our top priority. India will never compromise on the interest of farmers, fishermen and dairy farmers. This firm stance comes in response to US President Trump's announcement of a 50% tariff on Indian goods, citing national security and foreign policy concerns which are relating to India's imports of Russian oil. Listen into that strong statement of the Prime Minister.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है। हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Some breaking news coming in. Mekhujan Kharge, India's national interest is supreme. That's what Kharge has said. Any nation that has penalized India for our time-tested policy of strategic autonomy, which is embedded in the ideology of non-alignment, does not understand the steel frame India is made of. From the threats of the 7th Fleet to the sanctions of nuclear tests, we have navigated our relationship with the US with self-respect and dignity. Trump's 50% tariffs comes at a time when our own diplomacy is going less. It's also becoming worse. This is what Kharge said. I'm reading out the statement of Kharge, and he says that you kept mum when Trump claimed that he brokered the ceasefire. He has claimed at least 30 times and counting too. Okay, so big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. We're getting many reactions after Donald Trump has gone ahead and threatened to impose more tariffs, viewers. And right now, PM Modi, in fact, has given a very strong reply saying that our interests are going to come first. Our interests are going to come first, viewers. India sent a strong message, but once again, we see that Congress is casting doubts, and Congress has been casting doubts on the Trump-Modi friendship. That's what they had been doing in the past. Once again, we see a comment coming in from Kharge, and I'll just try to read out that comment once more from Kharge, where he said that you kept mum when Trump claimed that he brokered the ceasefire. He has claimed that at least 30 times and counting, and Trump has been planning tariffs since months now. We all knew about it. You did nothing in the union budget to soften the blow on our key sectors such as MSMEs and various industries. Now, this is one more comment coming in from Congress. But remember previously, the Congress had also launched an attack mocking the special bond between US President Trump and PM Modi. and had gone ahead where a second comment has come in from Kharge. Earlier, Congress MP Jairam Ramesh had also made a scathing statement, very sarcastic one, by the way, saying that so-called friendship with Trump had now become very expensive for India. Viewers, President Trump has imposed additional tariffs on India by 25%. He issued an executive order imposing an additional 25% tariff on goods from India days after he issued a threat to New Delhi over its purchase of oil from Russia. Indian goods will now face tariffs up to 50% after Trump's latest move. Now, viewers, Trump has threatened to impose secondary sanctions on India. He says lots of secondary sanctions will be seen in the upcoming days. Meanwhile, India has hit out at Trump, saying that his actions are unjustified, unfair and unreasonable. It is also to note that India has the highest tariff following Brazil.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
come.
see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions. It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China. It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
China facing potential secondary sanctions for Russian oil. Then having that tariff or sanction rather or not hinges on what going forward?
It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
Because Trump hits India with highest 50% tariffs for buying Russian crude oil. Let's listen into what he had said.
A lot of progress. And as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia. But so I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but we've had very productive talks today.
If you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
PM Modi sends a loud and clear message to Trump on tariff war and says that India will never compromise on farmers' interests. Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
Sports isn't just about medals and podiums. It is about heartbreak, challenges, and discipline. It is also about leaders choosing sport to empower the community to live longer and healthier. I congratulate my friend Arnab and R4 Sports for championing these untold stories that we all need to hear and learn from. Here's wishing R4 Sports all the best.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The Indian
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So,
Coming up, viewers top headlines we're tracking right now. Big setback for Justice Yashwant Verma. Supreme Court dismisses his plea, calls it not maintainable.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा।
PM Modi sends a loud and clear message to Trump on tariff, warns and says India will never compromise on farmers' interests.
Have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional
It's
sanctions?
only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
come.
see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. NSA agreed to hold key meetings with senior Russian officials. Rupee rises 3 paise to 87.69 against US dollar in early trade after Trump administration increased the tariffs on Indian exports to 50%.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 11:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and amid Donald Trump's tariff threats, viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has made it very, very clear that he will safeguard the interests of our farmers against all else. And this comes even as Donald Trump slaps an additional 25% tariffs against India, taking the total cumulative figure to 50%. Let's now first listen into what the Prime Minister said.
हमारे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Viewers, after the Prime Minister's statement, opposition MP, Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav has hit out at the central government, claiming that the foreign policy has completely failed. And he also said, as far as Prime Minister's statement on safeguarding farmers' interests are concerned, Akhilesh Yadav said that farmers' welfare should have been prioritized 10 years back. He also slammed the government's foreign policy, claiming that it has been unsuccessful and that India is now surrounded by threats. He highlighted unfulfilled promises such as doubling farmers' income and criticizing the government for not addressing youth unemployment, leaving India's economy, farmers and youth vulnerable. Let's listen in to Akhilesh Yadav.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये बात 10 साल पहले सोचना था कि हमें अपने किसानों के हित के लिए, खेती बाड़ी के लिए, दूध और दूध के बने हुए तमाम पदार्थों को लेकर के हमें हमेशा चिंतित रहना चाहिए और प्राथमिकता पर हमें अपने हर सेक्टर का ध्यान रखना है। उद्योग खत्म हो जाए, उद्योगपति कारोबार खत्म हो जाए, किसान बर्बाद हो जाए, नौजवान को नौकरी रोजगार न मिले, तो हमारा देश जा कहाँ रहा है? जो लोग ये दावा करते थे कि दुनिया में सबसे मजबूत रिश्ते हैं, कोई देश ऐसा नहीं छूटा होगा जहां पर भारत को सम्मान न मिला हो, उसके बाद आज ये कहना पड़ रहा हो सरकार को, तो ये बड़े दुखद है, क्योंकि हम फॉरेन पॉलिसी पर पूरी तरह असफल रहे हैं। किसान के हितों पर जो वादा किया था कि हम आय दोगुनी करेंगे, वो आय दोगुनी नहीं हो पाई है। नौजवान को नौकरी रोजगार नहीं मिला है और जिस तरह लगातार पाबंदियां लगती जा रही हैं, ये कहीं ना कहीं हमारा देश संकट में है, अर्थव्यवस्था संकट में है, किसान संकट में है, नौजवान संकट में है, पूरा चौतरफा हमारा भारत घिर गया है।
Anurag Bhadauria, the SP spokesperson, is also joining us on the phone line. Anurag ji, Akhilesh Yadav बोल रहे हैं कि देश संकट में है, but when our country is facing some challenges, why isn't the opposition standing with the nation? Why is the opposition going against the government?
सारी जिम्मेदारी विपक्ष की है, सत्ता पक्ष की कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं है देश के अंदर में। जब विपक्ष सत्ता पक्ष से कहता है, सजेशन देता है, तो क्या सत्ता पक्ष विपक्ष की बात मानता है? सत्ता पक्ष तो हमेशा से कह रहा था कि आप किसानों के सम्मान की बात कीजिए, किसानों की आय दुगनी करने की बात कीजिए, किसानों की एमएसपी की गारंटी दीजिए, देश के अंदर में बेरोजगारों को रोजगार दीजिए। तो क्या सरकार ने सुना? सरकार ने तो यहाँ काला कानून पास कर दिया था किसानों के ऊपर में। फिर विपक्ष ने उसके लिए लड़ाई लड़ी रोड पे, किसानों ने लड़ाई लड़ी अपना अधिकार पाने के लिए, तब तो आपने कील काटी बिछा दिए थे उनके रास्ते में। तो क्यों नहीं आपने किसानों के बारे में तब सोचा? सवाल यह है कि सरकार अपने मन का करती है, और जब सरकार अपने मन के चक्कर में फंसती है तो विपक्ष को दोष देने लगती। विपक्ष क्यों नहीं? अरे विपक्ष तो हमेशा हर मुसीबत में आपके साथ खड़ा होता है। जब अभी पे सिंदूर वार हुआ तो भी तो आपके साथ विपक्ष खड़ा था, कंधे से कंधे मिला के खड़ा था। विपक्ष तो हमेशा आपके साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन आप विपक्ष की बात कब सुनते हो? आप विपक्ष के साथ कब खड़े होते हो? आप विपक्ष का सम्मान कब करते हो? आप विपक्ष को कुछ समझते ही नहीं हो। आप अकेले ही सब कुछ करना चाहते थे। आज जब ये मुसीबत हमारे ऊपर आई, जब हमारे पास टैरिफ लगाना अमेरिका ने शुरू किया, तब समझ में आया भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। ये बात तो पहले ही विपक्ष के लोग कह रहे थे कि चाइना हमारा दुश्मन नंबर 1 है, इनके साथ दोस्ती करने का कोई मतलब नहीं है। ये क्या विपक्ष ने कहा? नहीं तो बताइए आप। तब तो चाइनीज राष्ट्रपति यहाँ पे आ रहे थे, झूला झूल रहे थे उस समय। तो सवाल है कि विपक्ष जब आपको कोई बात कहता है, विपक्ष तो इसी देश का हिस्सा है, विपक्ष तो देश की चिंता करता है। अगर कोई देश की चिंता नहीं करता है तो ये सत्ता पक्ष के लोग हैं जो देश की चिंता नहीं करते हैं और आप अपनी जिम्मेदारी से बचने के लिए विपक्ष का नाम लेना शुरू कर देते हैं। आज बताइए आपकी विदेश नीति क्या है? चारों तरफ विदेश नीति आपकी फैल है। हम नेपाल जो हमारे साथ अच्छे संबंध है, नेपाल तक तो आंखें दिखा देता है। हमारे संबंध ही कहीं सही नहीं है। आप बताइए कहाँ हमारी विदेश नीति कहाँ पे यहाँ कामयाब हुई है? अरे हम तो देश के साथ खड़े रहेंगे, हम तो देश के साथ हर मुसीबत में खड़े हैं, लेकिन सत्ता पक्ष को विपक्ष का सम्मान करना चाहिए। अगर ये बात अगर सत्ता पक्ष के समझ में नहीं आती तो आप एज ए पत्रकार सत्ता पक्ष से पूछिए कि जब विपक्ष आपको बोलता था, जब विपक्ष आपको टोकता था, जब विपक्ष अपनी राय देता था, तो आप विपक्ष की राय क्यों नहीं मानते हो? विपक्ष की राय को क्यों, विपक्ष की बात को क्यों नहीं सुनते हो? ये सवाल आप उनसे पूछिए।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अनुराग भदौरिया जी. Now, viewers, President Donald Trump, in an unprecedented move, imposed an additional 25% tariffs against India. And after that, the MEA has issued a very, very strong statement saying that it's unjustified, unfair, and this is really uncalled for by Donald Trump. And the MEA has, in fact, noted very, very strong remarks against Donald Trump as he hints at secondary tariffs. After 50%, Donald Trump is now hinting at secondary sanctions on India, saying that lots of secondary sanctions will be seen in the upcoming days. Meanwhile, India has also hit out. Let's listen in.
Said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional
It's
sanctions?
only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions. Please.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional
It's
sanctions?
only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going
very
to see a lot
soon.
more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
come.
see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions. It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China. It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
China facing potential secondary sanctions for Russian oil. Then having that tariff or sanction rather or not hinges on what going forward?
It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
Well, Chandrakala is joining us live. Chandrakala, Donald Trump has once again, did the unthinkable. He says that there could be secondary sanctions also on the way against India and a couple of other countries. And the MEA yesterday has reacted very, very strongly. Tell us about the latest response as far as Donald Trump's secondary sanctions are concerned.
Well, as of course rightly pointed out by India, that we are absolutely firm with our stand that we will definitely protect our national interest, and of course MEA has quite strongly pointed out it's completely unreasonable on part of US to question questions a country's national interest. As far as national interest is concerned, other countries are also taking actions as far as securing energy security is ensuring energy security is concerned, and of course the fact that now that he has again come up with this again unreasonable point of view that he'll be posing additional tariff, of course, secondary tariff again. Many experts are of the view that few sectors which will be hit the most as far as India's tariff is concerned is diamond, gold and products and apparel, woven, steel, aluminium, copper will be high. The tariff will be really high. The impact on India as per a GTRI analysis, the total tariff on diamonds, gold and products will be 52.1%, and as far as machinery and mechanical appliances are concerned, it will be 51.3%. And I would also like to point out that as far as smartphones are concerned, there will be 0% tariff. It will be very low as far as impact on India is concerned. But yes, furniture, bedding and total goods exports will be 86.5 as far as the GTRI report.
That's right, Chandrakala. Stay on with me while I help our viewers understand the highest tariffs slapped by Donald Trump against various nations. First is China, 145%, then Brazil, India, and the first three nations are part of the BRICS grouping. And Donald Trump had issued a very, very strong statement when the BRICS summit was going on. And after India, it is Myanmar, that is 40%, and Laos also 40%. So these are the highest tariff rates slapped by Donald Trump against various countries. Now let's listen in to Donald Trump. But before that, let me also take you through the other numbers. Canada, 35%, South Africa, 30%, South Korea, 15%, Vietnam, 20%, Indonesia, 19%. And what's more is that Japan has been slapped with 15% and the United Kingdom with 10%. Now, let's listen in to Donald Trump.
We've made a lot of progress. And as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia. But so I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but we've had very productive talks today.
If you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
Chandrakala, you know, India is among the top 3 nations to have the highest tariffs slapped by Donald Trump at 50%. And Donald Trump goes on to say that secondary sanctions could also be on the way. Tell us about how India is planning to counter this.
Well, the fact that we have absolutely made it clear that agriculture, which Donald Trump is asking for a direct market access to the agriculture sector, is something that we give utmost priority as far as our farmers and dairy farm is concerned. So definitely, as of course, U.S. President Donald Trump has called out India as the tariff king, and we definitely are planning to deal with this situation. As India has made its stand clear that we are going to stand firm as far as our concern, as far as our national interest is concerned, because agriculture, dairy farming are something that are the sectors that's the utmost priority for us, for India. So yes, we are completely ready to deal with these tariffs and nothing beyond our national interest. And it's very vague and unreasonable on the part of U.S. President Donald Trump to question India when he himself is not aware about the uranium imports from Russia, when he's questioning about importing oil from Russia. And India has made it clear that this is definitely our actions and our importing of energy from Russia is for national interest and for energy and securing energy security as far as the situation in Ukraine conflict is also concerned.
Historically stated, Chandrakala, that it's not just India. There are other nations as well who are securing their interests. And amidst all of this, Congress has questioned India and Trump's foreign policy, saying that Trump might as well impose 100% tariffs against India. That's the big statement coming in. Congress has questioned center's foreign policy, saying that the way things are going ahead, Donald Trump might as well impose 100% tariffs against India. This is the statement coming in from Imran Masood of the Congress. Let's listen in.
फीसद भी लगा सकते हैं कल, जब आपकी तरफ से कोई जवाब ही नहीं जा रहा है तो 100% लगाते रहे। और ट्रम्प के टैक्स लगाने से क्या फर्क पड़ना है? ट्रम्प को तो जो लगाना है वो लगाएंगे। हम लोगों को जवाब तो देना चाहिए। क्या ट्रम्प के भरोसे हम रोटी खा रहे हैं? अगर ट्रम्प के भरोसे दुनिया रोटी खा रही होती तो ईरान तो भूखा मर गया होता। ईरान ने अपने आप को साबित करके दिखाया। और हमारी इतनी बड़ी आबादी है, इसको कोई इग्नोर नहीं कर सकता। हम लोगों को अपनी नीतियों के अंदर आमूलचूल परिवर्तन करने पड़ेंगे। और देश एक सशक्त प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में चाहता है कि मोदी जी जवाब देने का काम करें। मोदी जी ट्रम्प को उसकी भाषा में ही जवाब देने का काम करें। क्यों नहीं जवाब दे पा रहे मोदी साहब? लेकिन हमारी जो उत्पादन आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था है उसको बनाना पड़ेगा। अभी जो हम लोग उपभोक्ता आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था है, इसलिए हमको धमकाने का काम किया जा रहा है। हमें उत्पादन आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था बनानी पड़ेगी। अपने क्षेत्र जहां हम पैसा कमा सकते हैं, छोटे छोटे, जैसे यूएई है, पर्यटन से पैसा कमा रहा है। हम तो कोई काम नहीं कर रहे हैं। उनका पर्यटन देखिए कहाँ चला गया, छोटा सा मुल्क। धार्मिक पर्यटन से सऊदी अरब कितना पैसा कमाता है। हम तो उधर जा नहीं रहे। हमारे यहाँ तो धार्मिक पर्यटन बहुत हो सकता है। तो जहाँ जहाँ जो संभावनाएं हो सकती है, उन संभावनाओं को देख करके देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने की तरफ हमें चलना चाहिए।
भारत सरकार का कहना है कि हम देश हित और किसान जिस तरीके से जो एग्रीकल्चर है उस सेक्टर में झुकने वाले नहीं है।
अरे तो आप नहीं झुकने वाले, आप क्या वो जो अमेरिका चाहता है कि वहां से मांसाहारी पशुओं का दूध निर्यात करेगा, हम लोग मांसाहारी पशुओं का दूध पियेंगे? क्या धर्म भ्रष्ट कराना है पूरे देश का?
लेकिन देश के हित में आगे हम झुकेंगे नहीं, किसी भी समझौता नहीं होगा।
अरे तो बोलिए ना, ट्रम्प के लिए बोलिए ना। आप ये बात देश में क्यों बोल रहा है? वैश्विक पटल के ऊपर कहिए ना कि ट्रम्प कुछ भी करे हम नहीं झुकेंगे।
Well, that was the opposition indulging in petty politics at a time when national unity is required. Opposition is going and supporting Donald Trump openly. And now, amidst all of this, amidst the opposition's clamor and also Donald Trump's 50% tariffs, all eyes are on Moscow because NSA Ajit Doval is holding crucial talks in Moscow to secure our interests, our energy interests. Here's the report.
Amid 50% tariffs from Donald Trump, India's national security advisor Ajit Doval is in Moscow for a high-level visit to strengthen the ties between the two nations. A series of meetings are planned between Doval and Russian officials. While the trip was pre-planned, it has assumed greater significance as the US president has announced a second wave of 25% tariffs on India, taking the total to a 50% tally. Russian news agencies have confirmed that the current escalation on the geopolitical situation will also be discussed, along with pressing matters like the supplies of Russian oil to India. As economic tensions heat between Washington and New Delhi on Russian oil purchases, India is expected to rekindle relations with Beijing to counterbalance the US and show a joint stand. It must also be noted that Doval isn't the only Indian leader to visit Russia in these testing times. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is also expected to visit Moscow later this month. With the MEA presser stating that India will take all actions necessary to protect its national interest, and the Indian NSA in Moscow, one thing amidst these unpredictable times stands predictable, that India is in no mood to back down.
Viewers, last night, Donald Trump signed an executive order announcing 25% additional sanctions against India, additional tariffs against India. And this, he again cited India-Russia oil trade, saying that we are fueling Russia's war against Ukraine. But Trump is the biggest hypocrite because his nation also continues to trade with Russia, which he doesn't really talk about. The MEA has responded very, very strongly, saying that India is only trading with Russia to secure its national interests and also its energy needs. Here's more.
In major move, President Donald Trump has signed a new executive order imposing an additional 25% tariff on Indian imports into the United States.
We've made a lot of progress, and as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia. But so I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but we've had very productive talks today. Yes, ma'am.
If you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
The tariff announcement follows Special Envoy Steve Witkoff's visit to Russia. Earlier, President Trump had stated that tariffs would be announced after Witkoff's trip to Moscow. This action comes in response to India's continued purchase of Russian oil, which US deems a violation of its national security interests under ongoing Russia's action in Ukraine. The tariff will take effect 21 days from now on August 27, 2025, impacting all Indian goods entering the US unless already in transit or exempt under existing provisions. The order explicitly targets both direct and indirect imports of Russian oil, including those routed through third countries. It also opens the door for similar penalties on other nations found to be buying Russian oil. However, President Trump has reserved the right to modify the order in response to foreign retaliation, further developments in Ukraine, or changes in India's energy trade behavior. In retaliation, India has denounced the move as unjustified, calling out Washington's double standards for purchasing Russian energy while targeting the others. However, India clarified that India's imports are based on market factors and is aimed to ensure energy security. So far, only an MEA statement has been issued by India and no official talks have taken place between India and the US.
Viewers, it's unfair, unjustified and uncalled for, and Donald Trump isn't just done yet because he has announced secondary sanctions soon. And India will also respond very, very strongly. But it's time for us to get you the top updates from across the nation in just 2 minutes. Accused Mahendra Prasad, a DRDO guest house manager, is arrested in a case for spying for Pakistan and allegedly sharing classified data. He is sent to Jaipur for interrogation under police supervision, and he will be interrogated at CIC. After several months of search operations involving SOG and Special Task Force launched by the Uttar Pradesh police, they have arrested the accused of a vehicle theft in an encounter which took place at Sadar Kotwali, and the accused was shot in the leg. In a shocking turn of events, the two murderers who were involved in the killing of journalist Raghavendra Vajpayee have been encountered by Uttar Pradesh police. Both the criminals had a bounty of 1 lakh rupees each for the murder, which happened on the Sitapur-Delhi highway in March. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin participates in silent march on Mount Road up to M. Karunanidhi Memorial at Marina Beach on the occasion of the death anniversary of the former Chief Minister and his father M. Karunanidhi. Due to the rise of water level in River Ganga following incessant rainfall, the residential areas are completely flooded, raising concerns among residents. The IMD has also issued a yellow alert as rainfall may continue over the next few days. We are shifting our focus to Uttar Kashi. Around 190 people have been rescued from Dharali following a devastating cloudburst that triggered flash floods in Uttarakhand. And the IAF, Indian Army, ITBP, NDRF, SDRF and the Border Road Organization, along with local volunteers, are engaged in joint rescue and relief operations. Here's more.
देखिए, मैं सब मताली हेलीपैड पर मौजूद हूं और मेरे सहयोगी आपको तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। ये हेलीकॉप्टर है, इस हेलीकॉप्टर पर जूम करके दिखाइए। इस हेलीकॉप्टर में एसडीआरएफ के जवान मौजूद हैं। यहाँ पर स्क्वाड जो डॉग हैं वो इस हेलीकॉप्टर में मौजूद हैं, उनको लेकर जाया जा रहा है। इस हेलीकॉप्टर के अंदर यहाँ पर एनडीआरएफ का डॉग यहाँ पर मौजूद है और इसके अंदर एनडीआरएफ की टीम है। ये हेलीकॉप्टर यहाँ से उड़ान भरने वाला है। उड़ान भरते ही ये हेलीकॉप्टर सीधे हरसिल पहुँचने वाला है। इसके अंदर देखें, आप तस्वीरों में देखेंगे, यहाँ पर आपको डॉग उनका मौजूद है, एनडीआरएफ की टीम यहाँ पर मौजूद है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive.
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो, सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is, in fact, the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in the IMF.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, get ready for a game-changing movement. Republic is proud to present R4 Sports, a national campaign dedicated to discovering, celebrating and nurturing India's sporting spirit and spotlighting the heroes who carry India's hopes. One match, one moment at a time. From rising athletes to grassroots talent, R4 Sports brings their stories to center stage with one mission: sports first, nation first. This is more than a campaign, it's a call to action. R4 Sports launching tomorrow only on Republic Media Network. Big setback for Justice Yashwant Verma. Supreme Court dismisses his plea, calls it not maintainable.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा।
PM Modi sends a loud and clear message to Trump on tariff, warns and says India will never compromise on farmers' interest.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
come.
see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
Donald Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold key meetings with senior Russian officials. Rupee has risen 3 paise to 87.69 against US dollar in early trade after the Trump administration increased the tariffs on Indian exports to 50%. And Republic continues to be the undisputed #1 channel across the nation. India watches Ornav Goswami. Viewers, breaking news coming in. Crucial meeting between Union Minister Kiren Rijiju and Arjun Ram Meghwal and JP Nadda is underway right now as we speak. Let's go to the big breaking update we're getting for you right now. Viewers on Republic. TV. So this is a meeting which is happening as we speak. This key meeting is between, once again, telling you who is involved in this key meeting. Top ministers, top leaders are there. We have Kiran Rijiju, Meghwal and Nadda. All three of them are holding this very, very important meeting, viewers. And this is coming in as we keep getting you back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. Now, there are a couple of key issues which need to be discussed. And all these three top leaders are going ahead and discussing multiple issues. This is a crucial meeting which is happening as we speak. And NDA floor leaders meeting with JP Nadda is later on in the day as well. That will be around 4 p.m. later in the day. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, where we see a key meet between Rijiju, Meghwal and Nadda is underway as we speak. All right, and remember that this is coming the backdrop of the multiple meetings which have been taking place, because there are a lot of issues which need to be discussed of grave importance, including the VP elections, including many other issues which are making the headlines, including the opposition's demand for debate on the SIR. All these issues have been coming up, and we have seen multiple meetings being held time and again with Prime Minister Modi also being involved in some of those meetings. But this meeting is specifically between Rijiju, Meghwal and Nadda. Okay, let's go straight across to more updates coming in. Like we told you, simultaneously we are learning that NDA floor leaders meeting will be happening later on. I repeat, the NDA floor leaders meeting will be happening later on, and this will be today at 4 p.m. At 4 p.m. in the Parliament, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. And like we said, like we have been telling you, that these meetings are happening as the opposition is also making a lot of demands on different issues. And we can expect that these issues to be discussed later on once this NDA floor leaders meeting will happen in Parliament around 4 p.m. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have with us Harsha. Harsha, yes, you know, there are a lot of demands which are being made by the opposition. And this NDA floor leaders meeting is due today in the evening itself, Harsha. So if you could just take our viewers through what we can expect, what would be the key agenda at this meet specifically?
So yes, Shivangi, today the very important NDA key meeting at 4 o'clock. It's very important because JP Nadda will be meeting the NDA floor leaders. And there are two things just being said about this meeting. One, about the nomination of the vice president, because a strong candidate from the BJP or from the NDA has to come as a candidate for the vice president. And also the meeting likely to also speak about the ruling and the business of the house as well. As you very well know, the parliament is not able to run because of the continuous disruption from the side of the opposition party. And that is the reason why this meeting becomes very much important for all the NDA leaders, all the NDA MPs to be on alliance so that the bills could be passed. We very well know the very important sports bill and the very important income tax bill is scheduled for this week and next week to be discussed in the House of the Parliament. And if NDA has the support of all its MPs in the Lok Sabha and in the Rajya Sabha, then even if the opposition disrupts the Parliament, or if they walk out, or if they don't let the business run, at least the bills could be passed. And this also Kiran Rijiju stated earlier in the press conference as well. Right now, simultaneously, there's one meeting which is happening in the Parliament as well. Kiran Rijiju and Meghwal meeting BJP National President JP Nadda in his chamber on the discussion on the working of the House only. It's very difficult because this is the third week of monsoon session, the fourth day of the third week, and there is no communication from the side of the opposition party that whether they want the house to be run smoothly or not. Every time the government is stating to the opposition party leaders that they should let the house run, they should ensure that the house bills are passed. But every day the opposition leaders are protesting on the SIR. It was simply start of the monsoon session, and it still continues. And that is the reason why back-to-back meetings are happening in the Parliament. And evening also there's a meeting of the floor leaders with JP Nadda of NDA party. Back to you.
That is right. Thank you for getting those details, Harsha. I will be coming back to us. Important meetings are being held right now as we speak. And viewers, we really have to move ahead right now, because remember, US President Trump has imposed additional tariffs on India by 25%. And he issued an executive order imposing an additional 25% on goods from India. And days after he issued a threat to New Delhi over its purchase of oil from Russia, Indian goods will now have tariffs up to 50% after Trump's latest move. So now, viewers, Trump has threatened to impose secondary sanctions on India. He says a lot of secondary sanctions will be seen in the upcoming days. And meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi has given a very strong and a very, very straightforward response to Trump, saying farmers' interest is paramount. Let's go and play what PM Modi had to say.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है। हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Yes, let's go straight across to Nick, who's joining us live. Nick is joining us live from Moscow, all the way from Russia. And Nick, you know, we've been speaking about how India has made it very clear that our interests will not be compromised because Donald Trump wants to double the tariffs on India. However, you know, Trump had no clear reply to why is he signaling out India. What is Moscow's stand on this entire issue?
Moscow understands that this is just talk by Trump, and even if he did this move, it will not last longer because the U.S. economy will suffer a lot from those tariffs on India as well as on other countries. And this is also showing a double standard of the United States because a major buyer of oil is China, and Trump didn't imply new sanctions on China. So it looks really bad. It looks like Trump is chickening out. He's afraid to put sanctions on China. He tries to do it on India. And in Russia, people understand, and the government, that Trump can do something one day, on another day will do something opposite. And also maybe peace agreement with Ukraine will come soon. Maybe still it is possible. And then all those tariffs will be passed. And Russia also understands that India is a key partner for the United States if they want to tackle their main rival, which is China. And also the US needs Russia on their side because the geopolitical real threat for the United States is China. So just by joining forces with Russia and India, they can maybe withstand China's power. That's why I think it is a move that will not stand for a long time.
That is right. You know, Nick, I really want to go ahead and play out what Trump has said. Trump has threatened of secondary sanctions. Let's listen into what Trump had to say, and then I'll come back to you, Nick, for more.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
to
see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions.
All right, let's go back to Nick, who's joining us live from Moscow. And Nick, what Moscow has said, and Moscow definitely is saying very, very clearly, and we have been seeing the responses come in, where they're saying that they are definitely on the same page as India, and has defended India's position, affirming that sovereign nations have the right to determine their own trade partnership without any external pressure, Nick.
Yes, that's right. Russia tries with India and also, by the way, China, South Africa and other countries to create a new G7 BRICS countries agreement. And maybe this will be a new countries that will dominate the global economy because the power of dollar is going down. And if the United States will lose the dollar, they will lose their global economical advantage because right now the United States making a lot of money just from the transactions with dollars. And that's why I believe this is a big mistake of Trump. And I think if he will not go back and he will continue with those tariffs, it will backlash on the United States economy, and Russia understands it well. And Russia never leaves its partners, and Russia will continue to be by the side of India because they see that India is with them. They are not betraying them. And this is very important for Russia because Russia is not like the United States. They don't change their policy every day, and they are doing what they are saying.
That is right, Nick. Thank you for getting those details, Nick, because we are tracking this very closely, and India has made it very, very clear that we will not compromise on our own interest. And all these tariffs by Donald Trump they are unreasonable. All right, let's move ahead right now, viewers, to some of. In fact, before we move ahead, let's go ahead and play some more reactions coming in.
China is facing potential secondary sanctions for Russian oil. Then having that tariff or sanction rather or not hinges on what going forward?
It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
Viewers, breaking news coming in. Opposition casts doubt on India's response to Trump's tariff. Opposition says Trump can even impose 100% tariff as Prime Minister Modi is now giving him a befitting response and reply. Opposition says centre needs to alter foreign policy. This comes after PM Modi clear and strong message to Trump's tariff threats and says we will always protect farmers' interests. So this is what we see right now. Back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers, where we see that once again the opposition is casting doubts on how India is dealing with the tariff threats that Trump is making again and again. And it has even gone ahead and questioned India's foreign policy. Now, remember, this is coming right after PM Modi has said that the interest of our farmers, I repeat, PM Modi has said that the interest of our farmers will not be compromised no matter what Trump says or does. Let's go ahead and play out the reactions from the opposition.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये बात 10 साल पहले सोचना था कि हमें अपने किसानों के हित के लिए, खेती-बाड़ी के लिए, दूध और दूध के बने हुए तमाम पदार्थों को लेकर के हमें हमेशा चिंतित रहना चाहिए और प्राथमिकता पर हमें अपने हर सेक्टर का ध्यान रखना है। उद्योग खत्म हो जाए, उद्योगपति कारोबार खत्म हो जाए, किसान बर्बाद हो जाए, नौजवान को नौकरी रोजगार न मिले तो हमारा देश जा कहाँ रहा है। जो लोग ये दावा करते थे कि दुनिया में सबसे मजबूत रिश्ते हैं, कोई देश ऐसा नहीं छूटा होगा जहां पर भारत को सम्मान न मिला हो, उसके बाद आज ये कहना पड़ रहा हो सरकार को, तो ये बड़े दुखद है क्योंकि हम फॉरेन पॉलिसी पर पूरी तरह असफल रहे हैं। किसान के हितों पर जो वादा किया था कि हम आय दोगुनी करेंगे, वो आय दोगुनी नहीं हो पाई है। नौजवान को नौकरी रोजगार नहीं मिला है और जिस तरह लगातार पाबंदियां लगती जा रही हैं, ये कहीं ना कहीं हमारा देश संकट में है, अर्थव्यवस्था संकट में है, किसान संकट में है, नौजवान संकट में है, पूरा चौतरफा हमारा भारत घिर गया है।
वो 100% भी लगा सकते हैं। कल जब आपकी तरफ से कोई जवाब ही नहीं जा रहा है तो 100% लगाते रहे। और ट्रम्प के टैक्स लगाने से क्या फर्क पड़ना है? ट्रम्प को तो जो लगाना है वो लगाएंगे। हम लोगों को जवाब तो देना चाहिए। क्या ट्रम्प के भरोसे हम रोटी खा रहे हैं? अगर ट्रम्प के भरोसे दुनिया रोटी खा रही होती तो ईरान तो भूखा मर गया होता। ईरान ने अपने आप को साबित करके दिखाया, और हमारी इतनी बड़ी आबादी है, इसको कोई इग्नोर नहीं कर सकता। हम लोगों को अपनी नीतियों के अंदर आमूलचूल परिवर्तन करने पड़ेंगे, और देश एक सशक्त प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में चाहता है कि मोदी जी जवाब देने का काम करें। मोदी जी ट्रंप को उसकी भाषा में ही जवाब देने का काम करें। क्यों नहीं जवाब दे पा रहे मोदी साहब? हमारी जो उत्पादन आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था है उसको बनाना पड़ेगा। अभी जो हम लोग उपभोक्ता आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था है, इसलिए हमको धमकाने का काम किया जा रहा है। हमें उत्पादन आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था बनानी पड़ेगी। अपने क्षेत्र जहां हम पैसा कमा सकते हैं, छोटे छोटे, जैसे यूएई है, पर्यटन से पैसा कमा रहा है। हम तो कोई काम नहीं कर रहे हैं, उनका पर्यटन देखिए कहाँ चला गया, छोटा सा मुल्क। धार्मिक पर्यटन से सऊदी अरब कितना पैसा कमाता है, हम तो उधर जा नहीं रहे। हमारे यहाँ तो धार्मिक पर्यटन बहुत हो सकता है। तो जहाँ जहाँ जो संभावनाएं हो सकती है, उन संभावनाओं को देख करके देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने की तरफ हमें चलना चाहिए।
भारत सरकार का कहना है कि हम देश हितों और किसान जिस तरीके से जो एग्रीकल्चर है उस सेक्टर में झुकने वाले नहीं है।
अरे तो आप नहीं झुकने वाले, आप क्या, वो जो अमेरिका चाहता है कि वहां से मांसाहारी पशुओं का दूध निर्यात करेगा, हम लोग मांसाहारी पशुओं का दूध पियेंगे? क्या धर्म भ्रष्ट कराना है पूरे देश का?
लेकिन देश के हित में हम झुकेंगे नहीं, किसी भी समझौता नहीं होगा।
अरे तो बोलिए ना, ट्रम्प के लिए बोलिए ना। आप ये बात देश में क्यों बोल रहा है? वैश्विक पटल के ऊपर कहिए ना कि ट्रम्प कुछ भी करे, हम नहीं झुकेंगे।
Around 190 people have been rescued from Dharali following a devastating cloudburst that triggered flash floods in Uttarakhand. The IAF, Indian Army, ITBP, NDRF, SDRF and the Border Road Organization along with local volunteers are engaged in a joint rescue relief operation to search the missing people. Take a look.
देखिए, मैं इस वक्त मताली हेलीपैड पर मौजूद हूँ और मेरे सहयोगी आपको तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। ये हेलीकॉप्टर है, इस हेलीकॉप्टर पर जूम करके दिखाइए। इस हेलीकॉप्टर में एसडीआरएफ के जवान मौजूद हैं। यहाँ पर स्क्वाड जो डॉग हैं वो इस हेलीकॉप्टर में मौजूद हैं, उनको लेकर जाया जा रहा है। इस हेलीकॉप्टर के अंदर यहाँ पर एनडीआरएफ का डॉग यहाँ पर मौजूद है और इसके अंदर एनडीआरएफ की टीम है। ये हेलीकॉप्टर यहाँ से उड़ान भरने वाला है। उड़ान भरते ही ये हेलीकॉप्टर सीधे हरसिल पहुँचने वाला है। इसके अंदर देखें, आप तस्वीरों में देखेंगे, यहाँ पर आपको डॉग उनका मौजूद है, एनडीआरएफ की टीम यहाँ पर मौजूद है। ये हेलीकॉप्टर सीधे हरसिल उतरेगा, वहाँ से जहाँ पर धराली में जहाँ पर ये आपदा आई है वहाँ पर ये लगातार अब रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में तेज़ी लाने का काम करेगा। और ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, ये तस्वीर देखिए आप, ये हेलीकॉप्टर मताली हेलीपैड से उड़ने वाला है। ये देखिए, ये हेलीकॉप्टर, इसके अंदर एनडीआरएफ का डॉग और तमाम तकनीक और से लैस जो सामान की जो आवश्यकता थी वहाँ पर, उस सामान को वहाँ पर पहुँचाने का काम लगातार किया जा रहा है। ये देखिए, हेलीकॉप्टर ने उड़ान यहाँ से भरनी आरंभ कर दी है। इस हेलीकॉप्टर के अंदर एनडीआरएफ की टीम मौजूद है, डॉग स्क्वाड की टीम मौजूद है, डॉग यहाँ पर मौजूद है और दूसरा हेलीकॉप्टर भी इसके बाद तैयार होगा उड़ान भरने के लिए। ये तस्वीर मताली हेलीपैड की तस्वीरें हैं, जहाँ से एनडीआरएफ लगातार ग्राउंड जीरो यानी कि हरसिल हेलीपैड पर पहुँच रही है और वहाँ से 3 किलोमीटर जहाँ पर आपदा आई है यानी कि धराली गांव, वहाँ पर पहुँच रही है। ये एनडीआरएफ के और जो लोग हैं ये वहाँ पर पहुँच रहे हैं। ये देखिए, ये डॉग को लेकर के, स्क्वाड डॉग को लेकर के एनडीआरएफ की जो टीम है ये रवाना हो चुकी है। ये देखिए, लगातार हम अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं क्योंकि लगातार जो मताली हेलीपैड है यहाँ से एसडीआरएफ एनडीआरएफ जहाँ रेस्क्यू करने के लिए जा रहे हैं, उसके साथ ही अगर बात की जाए तो तमाम जो लोग गंगोत्री में फंसे उनको भी यहाँ पर लेकर आया जा रहा है। जो लोग घायल हैं उनको ऋषिकेश एम्स शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है।
Breaking news coming in, viewers. SIT has now completed a site inspection at 12 locations and is considering to use ground penetrating radar for site inspection on 13. Now, SIT is now preparing to use GPR to detect buried skeletal remains, and the SIT officials are seeking expert advice on the same. Meanwhile, a key meeting was held with senior police officials to discuss implementation. Now, remember that this is the Dharmasthala burial probe, mass burial probe, which is ongoing right now. So we see that there are multiple angles to the story as we see the probe continues. SIT is probing the allegations, and we are also coming to know that multiple sites have been identified where the experts are reviewing those sites. Especially we are seeing that according to latest, SIT has gone ahead, completed site inspections at 12 locations and is going to go ahead and use a radar, a ground penetrating radar for site inspection on the 13th site. So on the right hand of the screen, you can see experts are surveying site number 13, And the Dharmasthala probe is continuing, where the SIT is preparing to use GPR now to detect buried skeletal remains, and the SIT officials are seeking expert advice on the same. Now we see simultaneously that we'll be joined soon by Nagendra. If you have Nagendra, let's go to Nagendra. Yes, Nagendra, we see that the SIT is probing some new allegations. Key meetings being held with senior police officials to discuss the implementation, especially on site number 13. What do we know about the latest coming in? Yes.
शिवांगी, अभी एसआईटी का इन्वेस्टिगेशन का बारे में बहुत शक लग रहा है। क्यों मैं बाद में बताता हूं। अभी 13th पॉइंट में अभी 12:30 बजने वाला है, अभी तक एसआईटी टीम अभी तक नहीं आया है। देखिए अभी और एक प्रेस नोट भी रिलीज किया है लोकल एड का एक लीडर, उन्होंने बोल रहा है एसआईटी टीम वो मास्क मैन को उसका साथ क्यों नहीं रखा है। सुबह शाम को इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने के बाद मास्क मैन को छोड़ देता है, वो प्राइवेट पीपल के साथ वो जाता है, फिर सुबह वो आने के बाद मतलब एसआईटी ऑफिस को आने के बाद उसको लेके आके इन्वेस्टिगेशन को लेके आता है। ये अभी एलिगेशन शुरू हुआ है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के समय में एविडेंस है, वो एविडेंस को क्यों बाहर छोड़ रहे हो बोल के एक आदमी ने एक लेटर भी लिखा है, उसके बारे में बहुत सारा चर्चा भी चल रहा है। देखिए अभी 12:30 बज गया, आज 13th पॉइंट को आके उन्होंने एसआईटी टीम इन्वेस्टिगेशन करता है बोल के बहुत सारा प्रिपेयर भी किया है, लेकिन अभी तक 13th पॉइंट का पास वो नहीं आया है और एसआईटी ऑफिस को भी मास्क मैन नहीं आया बोल के अभी इन्फॉर्म मिल रहा है। देखिए उसके भी बाद एक इंपॉर्टेंट नोट अभी हमको इंफॉर्मेशन मिला है रिपब्लिकन को, ये एक्सक्लूसिव इंफॉर्मेशन है। ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन स्टार्ट होने को भी पहला एक स्कल मिला था, वो स्कल को लेके जाके वो मास्क मैन ने मैंने इसको निकाला हूं, ऐसा ही स्कल बहुत सारा मैं आपको दिखाता हूं बोल के एक कंप्लेंट किया था। वो स्कल का बारे में एसआईटी ने उसको लैब को भेजा था, 2 हॉस्पिटल से लैब रिपोर्ट आ चुका है। वो स्कल 30 years बैक एक आदमी मर चुका था, वो आदमी का है बोल के स्कल अभी रिपोर्ट आया है। देखिए
All right, thank you for joining us there with all those details. Nagendra, I'll be coming back to keep getting us those ground reports. Need to take a short break right now, viewers. Much for coming right up. We are live and breaking. PM Modi sends a loud and clear message to Trump on tariff and says India will never compromise on farmers' interests. And Donald Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. महमूद मुजावर जी, थैंक यू, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, मुजावर जी?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के अपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर। उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर, सही तरीके से सही जजमेंट, सही एविडेंस और जो चाहिए वो विटनेसेस मिल गए सर आपको।
मुजावर जी, लास्ट टाइम जब आपने बात की थी हमारे साथ, आपने एटीएस के बारे में बात की थी। आपने बोला एटीएस ने एविडेंस को फिक्स किया था। इस पूरा केस एक खोखला केस है। आपने ये भी बोला था कि ये जो विटनेसेस थे उनको मारा गया था। एंड लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मुजावर हैड met us at Republic in Mumbai 6 years ago. He was going from one court to the next. He met us in our office. He came with us. He came to us with a bag full of documents. When he was fighting in the courts, and we sat down, we spoke to him, we understood that he was an ATS officer who nobody was willing to take at face value back then because Paramveer Singh was calling the shots in Mumbai. And that is why Mujawar never had the chance to speak. Mujawar जी, हमें ये बताइए, ये जो आपने बोला था पिछले बार कि एटीएस ने इन विटनेसेस को मारा था,
आपने बराबर वो परमवीर सिंह का नाम लिया। वो परमवीर सिंह आज तक किसके सामने नहीं आए और सब गुपचुप चल रहा था, मगर सही तरीके से कोर्ट में न्याय मिला सर। मैं उनके हाथ नीचे काम किया। मेरे को एटीएस में बुला के कवरिंग पार्टी बोल के लिए थे और मैं इस तपास के अंदर इंदौर, भोपाल, अजमेर, मुंबई, नागपुर, ये सभी ठिकाने सब जगह पे जाके आया हूँ सर। मेरे को सीक्रेट फंड में से पैसा दिया गया था इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए और मेरे साथ में 10 पुलिस कर्मचारी दिए गए थे और मैं साधारण 7-8 महीने काम किया और मेरे को जो काम दिए थे वो मैं नहीं कर सकता था सर। तो झूठा था, वो झूठ काम था। मैंने बताया, वो कोर्ट में बताया, 313 सीआरपीसी 313 के मुताबिक मैं कोर्ट में स्टेटमेंट दिया था और मेरा जो कहना था वो मैं सोलापुर के कोर्ट में दिया था और मैं जो काम नहीं किया वो इतने बड़े व्यक्ति को मेरे को झूठ पकड़ के लाओ, उसको अंदर डालो या क्या भी करो बोल के मेरे को हथियार दिए गए थे। मैंने वो नहीं किया सर। मैं प्रामाणिकपने, मेरे को मालूम है मेरा जमीर जो है, मेरा अंतरात्मा जो है, ऐसा झूठ काम करने के लिए मेरे को बर्दाश्त नहीं हुआ वो, मैंने नहीं किया। तो मेरे को वो बात छुपाने के लिए मेरे को झूठे केस किए सर, झूठे केस किए। मैं वहां था तो मेरे को बताया नहीं गया। मेरे आज
Welcome, you're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuri. And ladies and gentlemen, Republic has done it again from morning to midnight across all the time bands. Republic TV is India's undisputed #1 channel, your choice when it comes to the quickest breakings and most accurate analysis as well. No landing, no manipulation, just total domination. 78% during Arnab Goswami's primetime show, and the nation has chosen Republic TV, has led. The rest are left in the dust. Continue supporting us, and now let's get you the top headlines of the day. Big setback for Justice Yashwant Verma. Supreme Court dismisses his plea, calls it not maintainable.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi sends a loud and clear message to Donald Trump on the tariff war, says India will never compromise on farmers' interests.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
to
see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
Donald Trump has threatened imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariff on India. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold key meeting with senior Russian officials today. Rupee rises 3 paisa to 87.69 against US dollar in the early trade after Donald Trump administration increased the tariff on Indian imports to 50%. And Republic TV continues to be the undisputed #1 channel across the nation. India watches Arnab Goswami. Republic TV is the national, in fact, domination as far as the prime time is concerned. #1 channel when it comes to rating. Let's start with the breaking news that we are getting at this point in time as far as the notification of the Election Commission is concerned. We're learning that the Election Commission of India has issued a notification for the September 9th election to the Vice President's post, and this has kick-started the nomination process. And according to the notification, it has stated that August 21st is the last date for filing nomination, while the documents will be scrutinized on August 22nd. Remember, earlier Jagdeep Dhankar was the Vice President of India, but now that position lies vacant, and in fact, as per this notification, August 25 is the last day to withdraw from the electoral battle, and the post in fact fell vacant on July 21st following the surprise resignation of Jagdeep Dhankar citing health reasons. Now, in fact, his tenure was to end in 2027, but it ended 2 years before that on July 21st, 2025. And now the Election Commission of India has issued a notification for the September 9th election for the Vice President's post, and this has now kick-started the nomination process. In fact, only a month left for this crucial election. We're learning that August 21st is the last date for final nomination. Documents will be scrutinized on August 22nd, and August 25 is the last day to withdraw from this electoral battle. As far as the notification is concerned, a person is not eligible if he holds any office of profit under the Government of India or state government or any subordinate local authority. In fact, as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, they have a comfortable edge, and when it comes to ruling NDA, they have a comfortable edge in the vice presidential elections. Now shifting our focus, a day after Republic TV questioned Christian Mitchell in the VVIP chopper scam case, we have now spoken to the CBI counsel, Advocate DP Singh, in detail about this Augusta Westland case and the role of Christian Mitchell as far as this case is concerned. Remember, yesterday Republic TV got you the first and the exclusive conversation with Christian Mitchell, and he made a big submission and admission as far as this case is concerned, admitting to the corruption charges, saying that yes, corruption took place. It took place in Italy and not in the country. Our reporter, in fact, asked him about the Gandhi links, and all of these questions were asked, and the pointed questions were asked, and no answer was given by him whatsoever. Listen in fact, to Advocate DP Singh. All right, we'll get you more details on that conversation with CBI counsel Advocate DP Singh, but this comes a day after. Look at the visuals on your screen. Republic TV got you that exclusive confrontation of Christian Mitchell. Remember, he was extradited to India in 2018, then arrested by CBI and ED as far as the VVIP chopper scam is concerned, and that dates back to the UPA era government, and that is when this alleged corruption took place. And now we confronted Christian Mitchell, and he had to say that yes, corruption did take place, but not in India. It happened in Italy. But he made this admission, and a huge admission in this case, that the corruption took place during the UPA era government. A big charge that had come from him yesterday. And now we've also spoken to the CBI's counsel, Advocate DP Singh, for more on this, and we'll get you the statement in just some time. But this is a massive case that had come to the fore during UPA era government. In fact, we have more breaking news coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, amid Donald Trump's tariff threat, Prime Minister has made it clear that India will prioritize its farmers' interests above everything else, even in the face of the economic repercussions, is what he has said today. And amid rising tensions with the United States, Prime Minister has stated that for us, the interest of our farmers is our top priority. India will never compromise on the interest of the farmers, fishermen, and the dairy farmers. Listen in.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Let me go across to my colleague Chandrakala, who's been tracking this story very closely. Chandrakala, through this message that Prime Minister gave today, he has made very clear that India will not bow down. Whatever comes from Donald Trump, be it 25% tariff or 50% tariff, India will not bow down in front of the United States. Give us more details about this.
Well, absolutely clearly pointed out by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, a very hard-hitting statement from India as far as Donald Trump's unreasonable tariffs are concerned. We have made it clear that our stand is absolutely clear. We are not going beyond our national interest. Our farmers is our utmost priority, as of course dairy farming is also our utmost priority, and Prime Minister has completely made it clear that our farmers will be the highest priority, and there will be no such rush as far as the trade deal is concerned. As we know that Trump has already signed deal with multiple countries, including the European Union and Japan and the UK, but of course India, Canada, and there are countries like Canada and Brazil are yet to be signing a deal. And as we know that India is facing the highest tariff after Brazil, and now that President Trump has come up with an additional 25% tariff, that India is absolutely clear about its stand. We are not going to going beyond our national interest. And of course, as far as India's statement is concerned, that we have seen that it's an unreasonable and unjustified as far as Donald Trump's tariff threat is concerned. It is very vague that he's coming up when he was asked about that India has been targeted, despite the fact that US itself has been importing uranium from Russia, and he's not aware. He has made it clear that I don't know about it. I'd have to look after it. That was a clear message from Donald Trump when he was being asked during a White House briefing. Now, of course, India is viewing at it very cautiously. We are monitoring this situation very cautiously, and there is no rush into.
Absolutely, Chandrakala. Keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. In fact, we have more reactions coming in as far as the Prime Minister's statement is concerned. And the latest one is from the Congress party. The Congress leader has said that this is very wrong. It is not right for a leader to say such things about a country. Our foreign policy is weak, but despite this, we firmly oppose this. The entire country is united. So this is, in fact, the statement that has come in from the Congress party. They've hit out at the government saying that our foreign policy is weak, but also saying that the entire country is united as far as the Trump tariff tantrum is concerned. And this is similar to the statement that was given by Rahul Gandhi yesterday, where he had attacked the government on the tariff as well. And this recent statement coming in from Rajiv Shukla. Listen in.
मैं समझता हूँ बहुत ही गलत बात है, बहुत ही ये है किसी लीडर का इस तरह से एक देश के प्रति गुस्सा निकालना ठीक नहीं है। हमारी विदेश नीति की कमजोरी है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है, लेकिन इसके बावजूद जो है हमें इसका डट के मुकाबला करना चाहिए। पूरा देश एक है, इसका मुकाबला करने के लिए हमारे कई सेक्टर प्रभावित होंगे। टेक्सटाइल प्रभावित होगा, फार्मास्यूटिकल प्रभावित होगा, एग्रीकल्चर प्रभावित होगा, लेकिन हमें इसका डट के मुकाबला करना चाहिए और अपनी व्यवस्था स्वयं बनानी चाहिए।
Calling out the foreign policy of the country very weak, but saying that the country is united. Now, shifting our focus, the joint security forces have once again recovered a large amount of arms and ammunition from the Chatru area, the district in Jammu and Kashmir, Kishtwar. An AK series rifle, ammunition, magazines and binoculars were also recovered by the army and the police there as well. Have a look at this report.
In a constant attempt to neutralize terror in Jammu and Kashmir, the joint security forces have conducted a huge search operation in the forest region. And in the latest, the forces have recovered a huge cache of arms and ammunition from Chatru area in Kishtwar. AK series rifles, magazine and a binocular has been seized by the joint security forces. Chatru area in Kishtwar has seen multiple encounters in the last 1 year as the Jaish-e-Mohammed has been quite active in the dense region. Indian Army as well as the Kishtwar police is conducting a large-scale operation in the forest of Chatru to capture the active JAM terrorist. In the last few days, multiple wins for the forces were seen as they successfully thwarted several attempts of infiltration and terror. Meanwhile, a gun battle continues between the security forces and terrorists in Kulgam for the last 7 days, where at least one terrorist has been killed.
And now let's have a look at the top national stories of the day in under 2 minutes. Two criminals involved in the killing of a journalist were gunned down in encounter with a joint team of Noida and Sitapur police late last night is what we're learning in Uttar Pradesh. The shootout took place in Pisawan area where the duo sustained serious bullet injuries. They were rushed to the community health center and later referred to the district hospital of Sitapur. A 26-year-old youth was brutally murdered by 4 assailants at a bar and a restaurant near Mandya in Karnataka. The shocking attack that you can see on the screen as well, carried out using a dagger and a knife, was captured on CCTV camera, revealing the violent assault. The accused are suspected to be known to the victim. A manhunt has been launched to nab the people on your screen. AIADMK leader Palani Swami has received a welcome with a victory slogan echoing across Tamil Nadu as he addressed supporters with confidence about the party's prospects, taking a sharp dig at other opposition leaders as well. The Enforcement Directorate conducted raids at 8 locations across 3 states, targeting a massive 340 crore fake GST input tax credit scam involving shell companies and fraudulent billing. The action marks a major escalation in the probe into the elaborate tax evasion. Now shifting our focus, we have breaking news coming in. As per the Election Commission, so far not even a single claim or objection has been submitted by any political party as far as the Bihar survey is concerned. Remember, on one hand, in the last 3 weeks, the political parties, be it the Congress Party, Aam Aadmi Party, RJD, they all have been protesting in the parliament, raising issue against the Bihar survey. But on the other hand, in the last 7 days, that is from August 1st to August 7th, no objection, no claim has been filed by any political party whatsoever as far as the Bihar survey is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Riyanka, who's been tracking this story. Riyanka, we have been seeing these visuals of the opposition parties, Congress Party, RJD, all of them in the last 3 weeks protesting in the parliament. But Election Commission has asked if anybody has any sort of objection or claim regarding the Bihar survey. To that, zero claim has come till now. Give us more details about the statement that has come in from Election Commission.
Absolutely. The Election Commission there making a big statement, and it has clearly mentioned that not even a single political party has put forward any claim or objection towards the new SIR or the Bihar electoral roll, which was published on 1st of August. And the Election Commission once again asserting its motive that no ineligible voter will be included in the list, and all the eligible voters will be very well put forward in the list. Now, on the other hand, the Election Commission had said that all those who had objections and claims can write and give their objections to the Election Commission. To that, there has been no objection that so far from any political party, as you rightly mentioned there also, that in the last few weeks during the entire monsoon session, the political parties, the Indie bloc, had been protesting each and every day, disrupting the functioning of the House only to demand a debate and ask the EC to roll back the particular SIR in Bihar. But regarding that, despite all the drama that we saw in the parliament, there was no such objection which the Election Commission has received from any political party. Rather, there have been several objections and claims from the electors itself, is what the Election Commission had mentioned in its daily bulletin. So we have to wait and see what happens next. It looks like two-faced. The political parties in the opposition political parties just raised their voice and put forward slogans, but not a single objection given to the Election Commission.
Absolutely. Now Election Commission has called out the doublespeak of the opposition party. Only street protests, but no official claim or objection to the Bihar survey. Thanks so much for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to Karnataka as far as the Dharamstala mass burial case is concerned. We're learning is that Karnataka Chief Minister has spoken up. He has assured strict action against all those who break the law in this case. And this comes in the backdrop of at least 4 YouTubers and camera persons who were actively covering the SIT process as far as this case is concerned, and they were assaulted in a clash with the locals yesterday night. And after this statement has come in from the Karnataka Chief Minister. He has said that those who will break the law will be punished, and he has assured action. And this comes in the backdrop of in fact, attack on 4 YouTubers and camera persons who were actively covering this case from Dharamstala.
ಯಾರೇ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಕಾನೂನು ರೀತಿ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋತೀವಿ. ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಕಾನೂನು ರೀತಿ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋತೀವಿ. ಯಾರೇ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಕಾನೂನು ರೀತಿ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋತೀವಿ.
All right, let me go across to my colleague Nagendra Babu, who joins us live from that very spot where this incident take place. Nagendra, there was attack on the YouTubers and the camera persons there. Now we're learning that FIR has been registered. Tell us why did the clash take place, and secondly, what is the resentment amongst the locals, because we're learning that they are calling this a false propaganda. Now reaction has also come in from Karnataka Chief Minister. Give us more details about this case.
आकांक्षा, देखिए कल शाम 4 बजे को एसआईटी टीम मास्कमैन को लेके इधर से वापस, मतलब एक्सकवेशन खत्म होने के बाद उसको वापस एसआईटी ऑफिस को लेके जाता है। वो जाने के बाद एक बिग बॉस कंटेस्टेंट सेलिब्रिटी एक रजत बोल के इधर ये सौजन्या घर को आता है। सौजन्या घर से बाहर आने के बाद 3 यूट्यूबर्स लोग जाके उसके साथ बात करने के लिए जाता है। वो टाइम पे ये यूट्यूबर्स लोग ने थोड़ा धर्मस्थला के बारे में गलत इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहा है बोल के इधर लोकलाइट्स ने जाके उसके साथ बातचीत करके उसके ऊपर मैन हैंडलिंग करके और इसका बारे में कंप्लेंट हुआ है। अभी गवर्नमेंट में इसको लीगल एक्शन देने के लिए स्ट्रिक्टली ऑर्डर दिया है। ऐसा भी सीएम सिद्धरामैया ने बोल चुका है, अभी हमने लीगल एक्शन जरूर लेंगे बोल के सीएम भी इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया है। आकांक्षा,
Absolutely. Karnataka Chief Minister has waded in. He has said that strict action will be taken against those who are creating ruckus there. Now, shifting our focus the day after Republic TV questioned Trisha and Michelle in the VVIP chopper scam case, we have now spoken to the CBI's counsel advocate DP Singh. Listen in to what he had to say. All right, we'll get you more details on this. Remember, yesterday Republic TV had confronted Christian Michel in this UPA era case, and now Republic TV has spoken to the CBI's counsel as well. Listen in.
This he has said even in his disclosures to the agencies. And he says that because he thinks that he got his money in Italy, he did his initial meetings with Orsi and Spagnolini and others in Italy. So therefore it is a Italy corruption and it has nothing to do with India. What he doesn't realize is that he has also stated the following. One, that he was in India, he was here, he had hired a staff, he was reporting the file movements, he was also trying to manipulate the file movements, he was also trying to manipulate for garnering support for Augusta Westland all along while he was in India. He had a full-fledged office. Then there is so much of evidence that how the money that he got, ultimately he got that money in Dubai. Agreement which is also a part of record with Hashke, who was the other middleman. And that middleman and that meeting and the inter-se agreement of spoils, that took place in Italy. The meetings with the Augusta Westland top management happened in Italy is one part of the case.
Point that he was granted bail by the Supreme Court in the year 2018 in February, and in March this year, of course, when it comes to the ED case by the Delhi High Court on March 4. What after that? I mean, of course, you have been dealing with this case. You are the one who has submitted the the petition.
18 he was never granted bail. 18 he was brought to India.
I'm talking about February 18 this year. So he was granted.
February 18, 2025, never said this year, sorry. So 2025 he has been granted bail. He is not, granting of bail is one step to come out of the jail. The other is to submit the bail bonds, which is entirely dependent on him. It is not the prosecution or the court does not come into play in that. So he has not submitted bail bonds, which means he does not want to come out. He does not choose to come out for whatever reasons that is best known to him. He keeps saying one or the other things, tries to scandalize, tries to say incoherent things. But I think that is a part of his strategy.
Where does this case stand now? Now that he has also appealed the court that he's not safe to go out of India.
See, there are two things. In 2007, there is something called, there is a 207 proceedings. The entire relied upon documentation has been given. Now, with regard to some devices and other things, all these counsels make a hue and cry every time and not letting this case to proceed to the next stage.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about the loud and clear message given by Prime Minister on the Trump tariff tantrum. And also, Donald Trump has threatened of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is, in fact, the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in the IMF's latest forecasts. They are very modest forecasts, but in fact, the economy of India has grown at an average annual pace of 8.2% in real terms every year for the past 4 years. And it has achieved that with a current account deficit.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया, और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर. खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था, और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर. उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर, सही तरीके.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा.
PM Narendra Modi sends a loud and clear message to Trump on tariff. Says India will never compromise on farmers' interests.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional
It's
sanctions?
only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions.
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
to
see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
Donald Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. As Trump escalates tariff war on India, Congress continues to toe the US line. It's Indy versus India. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold key meetings with senior Russian officials. Big setback for Justice Yashwant Verma. Supreme Court dismisses his plea, calls it not maintainable. And Republic continues to be the undisputed #1 channel across the nation. India watches Arnab Goswami. Starting this edition with a breaking news coming in, ladies and gentlemen. NSA Ajit Doval is in Moscow and key meetings of the NSA is currently underway with the top Russian diplomats. This is one of the biggest stories that we are tracking. Remember, NSA Ajit Doval is in Moscow amid rising US pressure over India-Russia ties. And in fact, Trump has also slapped an additional 25% tariffs over the continued importing of Russian oil by New Delhi. In fact, according to the official news, Russian news agencies, discussions will include Russian oil supplies, bilateral defense deals and broader regional security issues. In fact, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is holding key meetings in Moscow with senior Russian officials to discuss defense cooperation, energy ties and preparations for an upcoming summit here between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin. All right, we are being joined by Nikita Menkovich from Russia. Nikita, thank you for speaking to Republic. NSA Ajit Doval is in Moscow. In fact, the key meetings of the NSA is also currently underway with the top Russian officials. What are the latest updates that you're picking up?
First of all, I'd like to say that we should not pay too much attention to American voice of American president, because he changes his opinion often. He may say one day, Putin is okay, he's my best friend. Next day, I don't like Mr. Putin, I don't like his position, and I'm going to implement new sanctions. It's absolutely inadequate behavior of Mr. Trump. So we cannot be sure what he would say tomorrow about sanctions, about Putin, about everything else. The second one, I think when United States trying to press us, we should remember, it is not about economy. It is about our independence. It is about our state. India took its freedom from British Kingdom. Should you reject it and give it to United States? Of course not. India, as Russia do, should fight for our independence. Russia is fighting for our freedom against American mercenaries in Ukraine. India is fighting for India freedom against American and Western sanctions. You are defending your right to trade with country you like without taking attention about opinion of United States or any other Western capitals.
Indeed, Mr. Menkovich, and we have seen rapid developments happening. Yesterday was a big day in Moscow. We also saw India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval meeting President Putin, but at the same time, we also saw President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff also being in Moscow. Now, there is high-intensity negotiations going on over the potential ceasefire deadline that also is self-imposed by President Donald Trump. Do you think the optics of India also meeting President Putin on the very same day that Witkoff was in Moscow and President Putin meeting both of them, in fact, meeting Doval before Witkoff, is there some a clear message going to the Washington here in terms of the position that Russia has taken vis-a-vis its bilateral relationship with India? Because we also saw earlier that spokesperson for President Putin and also said, Mr. Dmitry Peskov, that choosing trading partners is a sole prerogative of a sovereign nation.
I think that now our goal, historical goal, is to build a new world. World is based on freedom and right of every country for its independent policy, without dictatorship of United States or British king. We should build this new trade system independent from American dollar and from other tools of American and British hegemony. In my honor opinion, we have good chances to achieve this goal. We are building our cooperation with biggest nations, China, Latin American, other countries, which has a growing economy. I think that United States and collective West is going to the past. They are not as strong as they was maybe 20 or 25 years ago. It's new time now. It's time for our countries and for our people to choose future for us and for all the world.
Indeed, Mr. Menkovich, and it is obviously a brave new world out there with the new tariff imposition coming in from the United States. Here in India, we're closely tracking all the developments. Thank you very much for your inputs coming in from Russia there. Antara, those are the latest developments that we're tracking now today. NSA Ajit Doval expected to meet more top Russian officials.
Well, absolutely, Krita. Thank you for getting us those updates. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, hours after imposing an additional 25% tariff on Indian imports, taking the total to 50%, US President Donald Trump warned of more secondary sanctions on India over its continued purchase of oil from Russia. Listen to what the US President had to say.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions.
Shifting our focus to another breaking news that is coming in, ladies and gentlemen, AIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi has issued a first response on US President Donald Trump imposing an additional 25% tariff on Indian goods. Now, in a sharply worded tweet, viewers, Owaisi called Trump a buffoon-in-chief and accused him of bullying rather than engaging in diplomacy. He has also stated that the tariffs would severely impact Indian exporters, MSMEs, manufacturers, disrupt supply chains and deter foreign investment and result in job losses. Well, that is the sharply worded tweet that Asaduddin Owaisi posted on X. He said, and I quote, Trump just slapped another 25% tariff on India, taking it to 50% because we bought oil from Russia. This is not diplomacy. It is bullying by the buffoon-in-chief who clearly does not understand how global trade works. He, in fact, viewers, the AIM chief has also questioned Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the centre as to why they remain silent on the issue. Owaisi has, in fact, gone on to accuse the government of giving up India's strategic independence to wealthy friends. Well, that is the message that is coming in from the AIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi. He has said, and I quote, that what Donald Trump, what the US president is doing is nothing but buffoonery at this point. In fact, viewers, sending a strong message to US President Donald Trump after he ratcheted up the tariff war. Prime Minister Narendra Modi issued a sharply worded response. Listen in to what he had to say.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Well, of course, that was PM Modi's strongly worded message. He has made it very, very clear that he has stressed, in fact, that it doesn't matter if his personal interests take a hit as long as the farmer's interest is paramount. He is going to bear the sacrifice. This is PM's strongly worded message on the tariff trade war that is being ratcheted up by the US President Donald Trump. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's cut straight across to Nikita Menkovich, who continues to join us live from Russia. Of course, Nikita, we all saw Prime Minister Modi's strongly worded response to the back-to-back trade tariff that is being slapped by US President Donald Trump. Of course, it brings us to question, who do you think will blink first, and what are the latest developments on this front?
In my honor opinion, we should wait maybe not for blinking, but for changing position of United States. You see, as I said before, Trump is changing his position daily about Israel conflict, about Ukraine, about India, about Mexico, about everything. The position of Mr. Trump in the United States are very weak. He promised during the election campaign that he is going to solve a lot of problems in a few days, but nothing has been done. So a lot of people in the United States, including Mr. Musk, the right hand of the Mr. Trump, asking questions. Why did you fail? So Trump is nervous, and he's trying to do something to show his people, to his parliament, that he's doing his best. So in this position, he may declare 50% tariffs and in a week or two change it back. Mr. Trump is weak, and we should remember it and using this information in our political game. We are fighting against weak president with a lot of problems inside his country. It's a good position for us to solve our problem and to achieve results we want.
Well, absolutely, Nikita. Let's also cut across to Republic reporter Rajesh Pawar, who joins us live from Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. Rajesh, of course, we are all looking at what Trump is currently doing. He has slapped an additional 25% tariff, making it a culminative of 50%. And now he is continuing to say that this is because of India's continued import of Russian oil. What are the developments that you're picking up on your end, Rajesh?
Look, these tariffs were expected because President Trump had made it very clear that if India continues to buy oil and military equipment from Russia, then there will be additional penalties. And this was expected it can go even higher from this. And Ukraine has continuously demanded from India that India should stop buying oil from Russia. I remember when Prime Minister Modi was in Ukraine, President Zelensky had asked one major demand from Prime Minister Modi that India should stop buying oil because it's fueling the Russian economy and this war. India's position has been very consistent that we will buy oil from wherever we get it cheap for our people. And still a lot of things, it's very fluid situation right now. Anything can happen. India has announced that Prime Minister Modi will be going to Beijing, to China on 31st of August. Also, the deadline which President Trump has set for Russia for a ceasefire is approaching another 2 days. So anything can happen right now. For India, it's a big setback because India depends heavily on the United States. And now there are talks that America might even deport Indian techies. There are thousands of them working in right now in US. And if America takes that step, it will be a very big step. At the same time, America is also aware of the fact that all these steps will lead India closer to Russia and China. And when Prime Minister Modi will go to China now on 31st of August, America will be watching it very closely. Anything can happen before that time, and America might do something which can even be positive. There might be an announcement from President Trump. We know him, how he takes a U-turn, that he might slash these tariffs. Also, that's a possibility which no one is talking right now. Over to you.
Well, absolutely, Rajesh. Do stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you. Viewers, before we move ahead, let's quickly replay what the Prime Minister had said. He has said, and I quote, "I'll have to pay the price," and he's ready to do it for the farmers. He says that the farmers' interest remains paramount. Take a look at what he had to say.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Nikita, I would like to ask the next question to you. This is Donald Trump's hypocrisy that has now come out in the open. In fact, just yesterday, he was asked a very pointed question as to why he continues to target India, why he continues to single out India despite there being other countries that are importing oil from Russia. Not just that, US itself continues to import fertilizers, uranium, palladium, and despite that, Donald Trump, he either feigns innocence or he says that he's clueless about it. He says, and I quote, "I don't know. We'll have to see about it." Of course, this is the hypocrisy of the US president that is out for the world to see. What do you have to say on this?
I'd like to say that, as I said before, all of these questions are not about economy. It is about freedom. United States, Great Britain, and other Western countries want to see Russia, India, Ukraine as a colony. It was the reason why the war in Ukraine started. American put there those puppet government, and they are using it to take control on the land and economy of Ukraine. They want the same future for India, for Russia, for China, for any other countries, because it is the only way to solve the economical problems of United States and Western world. It is just a new time for colonization, for taking new lands and destroying those independence. And we are fighting back for our freedom. Russia is fighting together with Ukrainian people against puppet government in Ukraine. India is fighting back against American sanctions and threats. The same situation we have in many other regions. And it is our historical goal, it is our duty to defend our independence and freedom, to defend the future for our children.
Well, of course, Nikita, my next question is to Rajesh, who continues to join me on this bulletin. Of course, Trump has not just slapped an additional 25%, he has also threatened to impose additional secondary sanctions on India. Of course, as the world continues to watch now, where does US President Donald Trump will do next? Of course, he is now making headlines for his knee-jerk reactions. And at this point, with him threatening an additional imposition of a secondary sanction, India is all set for a rebuttal.
Look, he has not just done this to India. He has done it to several countries. He has done this to Brazil. He has done this to European Union. He has done to every country. In fact, if you see reactions from the leaders of various countries around the world, he has kind of alienated everybody. And that's typical Trump. He does that, he applies the pressure, and then he releases a little bit so that the country feels relieved. So what is going to happen next? India has kept its options right now to itself. It has not revealed its cards so till now how it's going to retaliate. But if it goes beyond 50%, then it becomes very difficult for India to export anything to US. And it's a very important part of Indian economy. Though Indian economy is not totally export-oriented just like China's, but still it's a very important setback for India. So there will be backdoor negotiations right now going on between American officials and Indian officials. And as I said, a lot depends on the ceasefire deadline which President Trump has set for the Russians. If there is a ceasefire, which is unlikely to happen, but if it happens, things may change drastically. These tariffs may even go down. But if they stay at 50% and if there are additional penalties, then for India, it's a very, very tough situation right now. And it will certainly push India closer to Russia and China.
Well, of course, Rajesh, thank you very much for getting us those updates, Rajesh and Nikita. We will continue to come back to you. We are closely tracking the story that is making headlines. Viewers, moving on to another big story that we are tracking now. The National Conference has launched a sharp attack on the US President Donald Trump. They've accused him of dragging the world into a trade war with sweeping tariff hikes and provocative rhetoric. Now, NC is calling Donald Trump's approach unacceptable. The NC has also said that there is no way that India will succumb to the pressure tactics of the West. In fact, that is the big news that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. The National Conference has backed the center stake. In fact, they have made it very, very clear that India will not be succumbing to these pressure tactics and the strong arming of the West. And they have, in fact, accused Donald Trump of dragging the world into a trade war. Listen in to what Sheikh Bashir of NC had to say.
ट्रंप इस वक्त पूरी दुनिया के अंदर ट्रेड वार की तरफ जा रहा है और ये जो ट्रेड वार है इसके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस क्या होंगे आने वाला वक्त बताएगा। लेकिन जिस अंदाज से ट्रंप बात कर रहा है तो मैं समझता हूँ कि ये होना नहीं चाहिए। पिछले कुछ अरसे से कभी 25, कभी 50, कभी धौंस, कभी दबाव, तो लगता है कि सारी दुनिया ट्रंप की गुलाम है। मुझे लगता है कि सब देशों को इकट्ठा होकर उसको जवाब देना चाहिए और हिंदुस्तान को भी अपने दम खम से उसको जवाब देना चाहिए और किसी झांसे में नहीं आना चाहिए।
कोई दो राय नहीं है, ख़ास तौर पर नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के प्रति जो आम जनता का भाव है, उनके मन में जो आम जनता के लिए एक समर्पण का भाव है, ये मानकर चलिए कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद ही कहा था कि ये मेरी सरकार जो है मात्र शक्ति द्वारा चुनी गई सरकार है, किसानों द्वारा चुनी गई सरकार है, आम जनता द्वारा, नौजवानों द्वारा चुनी गई सरकार है। और उन सब के हक के लिए देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था, समय समय पर हम लोगों के ध्यान में रहना चाहिए कि हर वक्त उन्होंने कहा है कि इनके सम्मान के लिए जो भी उचित होगा देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी करेंगे। और आज लगातार से हर एक समाज के तबके को लेकर, चाहे वो किसान है, चाहे वो मछुआरे हैं, चाहे वो मातृशक्ति है, चाहे वो नौजवान है, उनके लिए वो कर रहे हैं। और उस प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमेशा से कहा है देश का हित उनके लिए सर्वोपरि है। यही भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सोच है। हमारे लिए अपनी पार्टी बाद में है और मैं बिल्कुल अंत में हूँ। इसी सोच के साथ और हम लोग देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ शाना बशाना खड़े हैं। देश के हित में जो भी वो कार्य करेंगे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का हर एक कार्यकर्ता जो है उनके साथ खड़ा है।
All right, time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval holds key meetings with senior Russian officials. Big setback for Justice Yashwant Verma. SC dismisses his plea, calls it not maintainable. We'll be tracking this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case?
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 1:30 and you're watching Republic TV. And Republic has done it again, viewers. From morning to midnight, across all time bands, Republic is India's undisputed #1 channel. Your choice when it comes to the quickest breaking and most accurate analysis. No landing, no manipulation, just total domination. 78% during ordinary prime time alone. And the nation has chosen. Republic leads, the rest are left in the dust. Continue supporting us, and now let us get you the headlines that we're tracking at 1:30.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा.
PM Modi sends out a loud and clear message to Trump on tariff. Warning says India will never compromise on farmers' interests.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buying
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
President Donald Trump threatens to impose secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. As Trump escalates tariff war on India, Congress continues to toe the US line. It's Indy versus India. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval in Moscow holds key meetings with senior Russian officials. Big setback for Justice Yashwant Verma. Supreme Court dismisses his plea, calls it not maintainable. And Republic continues to be undisputed #1 channel across the nation. India watches Arnab Goswami. First up, viewers, it's a big statement coming in from Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. He says in Sambal that the Congress party was allegedly involved in orchestrating mass killings, while the Samajwadi Party, on the other hand, acted as its accomplice, as a partner in crime, working to cover up these crimes and protecting the perpetrators. It's a big charge coming in from Yogi Adityanath, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, accusing the Congress of being responsible for mass killings in Sambal, and also, furthermore, he has gone on to say that SP, which is Congress's accomplice, is working to cover up these crimes and protect the perpetrators. Let's listen in to Yogi Adityanath.
याद करना संभल के साथ क्या नहीं हुआ आजादी के बाद भी, क्या नहीं पाप कांग्रेस और समाजवादी पार्टी ने किया। कांग्रेस यहां सामूहिक हत्या करवाती थी और समाजवादी पार्टी उनके चेले के रूप में उनके पाप पर पर्दा डालने का काम करती थी, हत्यारों को बचाने का काम करती थी। यही तो हुआ था संभल में, यही तो हुआ था आजादी के बाद में जो कत्लेआम हुए थे। क्योंकि अगर ये सच्चाई सामने आ जाती तो उनको वोट बैंक खिसकने का भय था। हम लोग वोट बैंक के लिए नहीं आए हैं, हम तो विरासत का संरक्षण करने के लिए आए हैं, वोट बैंक नहीं, विरासत का संरक्षण है।
We have Udit Raj joining us on the phone line. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Udit Raj. Yogi Adityanath has said that the Congress is responsible for the mass killings, and what's more is that SP is helping Congress in covering up these crimes and also shielding the perpetrators. How do you respond to these remarks?
Had done, they think that the other parties had also done. What happened in Gujarat? Thousands of people were killed. It's they who killed. And not only they are indulged in murder and mass killing, and Congress, it's not Congress history and not Congress ideology to do like. And of course, Gandhi ji gave us the ideology. Our Congress ideology is non-violence and peace. It's the BJP ideology, and not only ideology, but they do practice also violence.
Also, Mr. Udit Raj, as far as Congress's response was concerned to the Sambal violence, they said that it was a politically orchestrated one. But if you look at, the faces behind Sambal violence, it is the SP and MLA's son that has come to light. And how do you look at this particular situation in the aftermath, now that Yogi Adityanath is accusing not just Congress, but even the SP?
You see, in all communal riots, none other than RSS people who were involved. What happened in Muzaffarnagar? They orchestrated that violence, Hindu, Jat and Muslim. As a result, Many were killed. So what happened that no communal riots or mass killing ever happened after independence without conspiracy done by RSS. So it's they who fuel to the fire.
Right, Mr. Udit Raj, thank you for joining me with your opinions. Well, that was the Congress leader Udit Raj saying that it is all orchestrated by the Saffron outfit. And we also have Abbas Haider also joining us, an SP spokesperson. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Haider. Yogi Adityanath has accused your party of shielding the perpetrators and also indulging in cover-up to the crimes, to the mass killings done by Congress as per UPCM.
Well, these are the old tactics of Bharatiya Janata Party. If Mr. Yogi Adityanath is not able to control the law and order situation in Uttar Pradesh, he should rather resign and surrender the law and order, the government of Uttar Pradesh, and the opposition will take care of it well. These are the old tactics of Bharatiya Janata Party. They, in spite of doing decisive action against the culprit, they always try to, do blame game in every this type of, incidents. Initially, they used to say there has been no crime in UP, there have been no communal right in UP, but this is the real situation in Uttar Pradesh. In fact, the real question arises here is that who gets benefit out of the communal right? It is only Bharatiya Janata Party who has used communal violence for their divisive politics, for their agenda of divisive politics, of communal politics, and this has helped Bharatiya Janata Party to gain power many times, which the country has seen. Now, I think Mr. Adityanath should focus on the law and order situation in Uttar Pradesh instead of giving such statements.
Right, Mr. Abbas Haider, thank you for joining us with your statements. Well, that was SP spokesperson demanding the resignation of Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister. Let's once again listen in to what Yogi Adityanath said on Sambal violence.
याद करना संभल के साथ क्या नहीं हुआ आजादी के बाद भी, क्या नहीं पाप कांग्रेस और समाजवादी पार्टी ने किया। कांग्रेस यहां सामूहिक हत्या करवाती थी और समाजवादी पार्टी उनके चेले के रूप में उनके पाप पर पर्दा डालने का काम करती थी, हत्यारों को बचाने का काम करती थी। यही तो हुआ था संभल में, यही तो हुआ था आजादी के बाद में जो कत्लेआम हुए थे। क्योंकि अगर ये सच्चाई सामने आ जाती तो उनको वोट बैंक खिसकने का भय था। हम लोग वोट बैंक के लिए नहीं आए हैं, हम तो विरासत का संरक्षण करने के लिए आए हैं, वोट बैंक नहीं, विरासत का संरक्षण है।
Moving on, viewers, a day after Republic confronted Christian Michel, the key cog in the Augusta Westland case, the middleman in the Augusta Westland case. We have now spoken to CBI's counsel, Advocate DP Singh, on the entire matter and also the way ahead in this particular matter. Let's listen into that exclusive conversation.
This he has said even in his disclosures to the agencies. And he says that because he thinks that he got his money in Italy, he did his initial meetings with Orsi and Spagnolini and others in Italy. So therefore it is a Italy corruption and it has nothing to do with India. What he doesn't realize is that he has also stated the following. One, that he was in India, he was here, he had hired a staff, he was reporting the file movements, he was also trying to manipulate the file movements, he was also trying to manipulate for garnering support for Augusta Westland all along while he was in India. He had a full-fledged office. Then there is so much of evidence that how the money that he got, ultimately he got that money in Dubai. Agreement, which is also a part of record with Hashke, who was the other middleman. And that middleman and that meeting and the inter-se agreement of spoils, that took place in Italy. The meetings with the Augusta Westland top management happened in Italy is one part of the case.
point that he was granted bail by the Supreme Court in the year 2018 in February, and in March this year, of course, when it comes to the ED case by the Delhi High Court on March 4. What after that? I mean, of course, you have been dealing with this case. You are the one who has submitted the the petition.
18 he was never granted bail. 18 he was brought to India.
I'm talking about February 18 this year. So he was granted.
February 18, 2025, never said this year, sorry. So 2025 he has been granted bail. He is not granting of bail is one step to come out of the jail. The other is to submit the bail bonds, which is entirely dependent on him. It is not the prosecution or the court does not come into play in that. So he has not submitted bail bonds, which means he does not want to come out. He does not choose to come out for whatever reasons that is best known to him. He keeps saying one or the other things, tries to scandalize, tries to say incoherent things. But I think that is a part of his strategy.
Where does this case stand now? Now that he has also appealed the court that he's not safe, to go out of India.
See, there are two things. In 2007, there is something called there is a 207 proceedings. The entire relied upon documentation has been given. Now, with regard to some devices and other things, all these councils make a hue and cry every time and not letting this case to proceed to the next stage.
In fact, Chandrakala is joining us live on this broadcast. Chandrakala, the biggest admission in the Augusta Westland case came yesterday when we confronted Christian Michel, the key middleman who carried out, as per the CBI's allegations, he was the one who manipulated the files, manipulated the dealings. What's the way forward, Chandrakala? You spoke to the counsel of the CBI. Tell us more.
Well, the fact that, of course, the CBI's counsel advocate DP Singh has just spoken to me, and the fact that he has yesterday what Christian Michel has admitted that the corruption happened in Italy and not in India is something not new. He has admitted this in front of the agencies as well, and now the counsel head, the counsel advocate DP Singh has made it clear that this conspiracy did happen in India. The impact of this conspiracy did happen in India. Not only in India, there are different jurisdictions where this entire conspiracy has come to limelight. Of course, it starts from Italy to Dubai to Maldives and to India. The fact that he was running an office here in India where he has hired a staff and he was into some kind of manipulation as far as the file movement is concerned, and he was also trying to manipulate for garnering support for the Augusta Westland while he was in India. And the fact that it was the primary fact is that the contract, which actually says that there has been no middleman in such kind of deal. There is no such middleman that is not required in this kind of deal. And yes, the CBI's counsel advocate has made it clear that, of course, this is one such biggest conspiracy, and there are a lot of elements that will come to limelight as when this trial happens. And of course, he will not be as far his pleading for guilty is concerned. He should not be released on few grounds, and we are looking forward to this case where the trial must happen, and this would be the biggest international such conspiracy. Over to you.
Right, Chandrakala, stay on with me. In fact, viewers, let's bring you that sequence with Christian Michel where he makes the big admission of corruption, 7 pointed questions, one explosive interview that no other channel has. Let's play that out.
So Mr. Michel, can you please, since the start of this investigation, there has been mention about bribing the intermediaries and certain politicians and bureaucrats. So who were those people? Can you give some names?
Well, let me tell you, there's no corruption that took place in India. And I was very much aware of everything. There is no corruption in India. The corruption took place in Italy. It's an Italian political affair. It's got nothing to do with India.
But the faxes and emails from that time suggest that you were in contact with certain bureaucrats and intermediaries here in India. You had spoken to CCS appointed spokesmen as well.
I tell you what, those emails and those faxes all came from Hashki, who created them, and he's admitted it in court that he lied, and he won't come here because he can't give any evidence because he's been lying, and that's why everybody got discharged and exonerated in the Italian Supreme Court, because there is not any corruption took place in India. It all happened in Italy.
So is it true that there was some form of communication with regards to eliminating the competition back then to secure this deal with India?
Only in a legal way. There was no.
Because you have mentioned about your about that in your emails, and with that, were you in touch with the Gandhi family?
Absolutely
or
not.
has
Madam, please. Not in any way.
Sir, those who are allegedly paid bribe are accused in the case.
Sir, those who have been named in the case, have you ever spoken to anyone?
No.
Any accused here?
No.
Madam, please,
Nor did they take any us.
So any names, any intermediaries you were ever in contact with?
Not in India.
Moving on, a senior Kremlin official has said that Russia and the US have agreed to hold a meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin in the coming days. This is a big breaking news that we are tracking. And amid tariff war, Trump to hold talks with Putin face to face. And Russia has agreed to this meeting. The US had requested for this particular meeting. In fact, they had also requested for Trump, Putin, Zelensky, but Kremlin hasn't really responded to that arrangement. But what we understand is that a face-to-face meeting between Donald Trump and President Putin is expected to happen very, very, very soon. We have Chandrakala joining us. Chandrakala, the very nation Putin is punishing, Donald Trump is punishing others for trading with, is now warming up to him, asking him to meet him face to face. Tell us more about this scoop that we have gathered from Russia.
Is absolutely a crucial meeting. Of course, now that Donald Trump has hinted towards meeting President Putin in Russia as well as Ukrainian President Zelensky. Now that the Kremlin, President Putin himself has not confirmed to his meeting, of course, but Zelensky had made clear that there will be a meeting taking place. Also coming at a time, this meeting is taking place at a time when Trump's tariff threat has sent shock waves across the whole world. Of course, now that we have seen the highest tariff being on India. And meanwhile, I would like to mention that National Security Advisor of India, Ajit Doval, is in Moscow to hold talks. He'll be meeting the high officials here in Moscow. So yes, a very crucial meeting at this point of time. Also, Trump is meeting President Putin where just after 4 years, and also comes at a time where he has been claiming that he would be the one. He's the one who would be getting ceasefire done between Ukraine and Russia. And Zelensky, during his address last night, has clearly pointed out that Russia is now more committed to a ceasefire, and the pressure is on them. So yes, a very crucial meeting as far as the ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine is concerned, and also coming at a time where at a time of tariff, and of course NSA Doval is going to meet few high officials. As per sources, there will be high official meeting between NSA Doval.
Chandrakala, if you could help our viewers understand the timing of this particular meeting. You know, NSA Doval is there, Witkoff, Trump's main man, is there. And now Donald Trump is all set to meet Putin as well. Is he trying to, disturb this particular arrangement, this engagement that India and Russia are having right now by saying that, okay, now, you know what, let's meet face to face between Trump and Putin?
Yes, of course, that would be that would be one such thing that we can definitely assume, because it's very unpredictable when it comes to Trump, because we have seen his actions in the recent past. Of course, now the tariff and Russia has made it clear that, of course, our relationship. The relationship in India stands strong, no matter how, no matter what the tariff is or what kind of tariff is being imposed by Donald Trump. Trump. Russia has made clear that our relationship with India stands strong. But yes, of course, this meeting comes at a very, very crucial time. Donald Trump visiting Russia at the same time. Indian NSA Doval is also in Moscow. This could be an attempt to disturb the meeting, but he has all eyes on these particular meetings, which is underway. And of course, we look forward to it. Over to you.
Right, Chandrakala, thank you for joining us with those details. Now shifting our focus quickly to Prime Minister Narendra Modi as he inaugurated the MS Swaminathan Centenary International Conference in New Delhi today. And the Prime Minister also addressed the gathering and conferred the first MS Swaminathan Award for Food and Peace. The theme of the conference, Evergreen Revolution, the Pathway to Biohappiness, reflected Professor MS Swaminathan's lifelong dedication to ensure food for all. Here's a quick report.
प्रोफेसर MS स्वामीनाथन ऐसे ही महान वैज्ञानिक थे, मां भारती के सपूत थे। उन्होंने विज्ञान को जन सेवा का माध्यम बनाया। देश की खाद्य सुरक्षा को, फूड सिक्योरिटी को उन्होंने अपने जीवन का ध्येय बना लिया। मैं आप सभी को स्वामीनाथन जन्म शताब्दी समारोह की शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, आज 7 अगस्त नेशनल हैंडलूम डे भी है। पिछले 10 सालों में हैंडलूम सेक्टर को देश भर में नई पहचान और ताकत मिली है।
It's time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, we'll tell you about day 3 of rescue operations in Uttarkashi, tracking all the latest developments and the visuals on the other side. Stay tuned.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा। रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family
Two notorious criminals involved in the killing of a journalist were gunned down in an encounter with the joint team of Noida and Sitapur police in late last night. The shootout took place in Pisawan area where the duo sustained serious bullet injuries. They were rushed to the community health center and later referred to the district hospital in Sitapur where doctors declared them dead during treatment. A 26-year-old youth was brutally murdered by 4 assailants at a bar and restaurant in Mandya of Karnataka. The shocking attack, carried out using a dagger and knife, was captured on CCTV, revealing the violent assault. The accused are suspected to be known to the victim. A manhunt has been launched to nab the attackers. AIADMK leader Edapadi K. Palaniswamy received an enthusiastic welcome with victory slogans echoing across Tamil Nadu as he addressed supporters with confidence about the party's prospects. Taking a sharp dig at the ruling DMK, he likened their governance to a modern monarchy that views people from a palace, asserting that in 2026, it will be AIADMK's people-centric rule. Enforcement Directorate conducted raids at 8 locations across 3 states, targeting a massive 730 crore rupees fake GST input tax credit scam involving shell companies and fraudulent billings. The action marks a major escalation in the probe into elaborate tax evasion networks exploiting fake trade documents and bogus claims. Moving on, the Joint Security Forces have once again recovered a large cache of arms and ammunition from Chatru area in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar. AK series rifles, ammunitions, magazines and binoculars have been recovered by the army. Here's a quick report.
In a constant attempt to neutralize terror in Jammu and Kashmir, the Joint Security Forces have conducted a huge search operation in the forest region. And in the latest, the forces have recovered a huge cache of arms and ammunition from Chatru area in Kishtwar. AK series rifles, magazine and a binocular has been seized by the Joint Security Forces. Chatru area in Kishtwar has seen multiple encounters in the last 1 year as the Jaish-e-Mohammed has been quite active in the dense region. Indian Army as well as the Kishtwar police is conducting a large-scale operation in the forest of Chatru to capture the active JAM terrorist. In the last few days, multiple wins for the forces were seen as they successfully thwarted several attempts of infiltration and terror. Meanwhile, a gun battle continues between the security forces and terrorists in Kulgam for the last 7 days, where at least one terrorist has been killed.
It's time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, PM Narendra Modi has sent out a loud and clear message to Donald Trump on tariff attacks. Says India will never compromise on farmers' interests. Along with that, we'll also get you the latest from Kremlin as National Security Advisor Ajit Doval holds key meetings with senior Russian officials. Stay tuned for more on the other side.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और